Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
Showed swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Good evening, everybody. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph, and this, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well, and make sure that you guys turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. So we got the Philadelphia 76ers on tonight. They are playing against the New York Knicks. And this will be game 2 of their best of 7 series that they have against the New York Knicks tonight. And it should be an interesting game. No Joel Embiid tonight, and no Mitchell Robinson for the New York Knicks either. I think that those two are obviously big losses. Embiid is a huge loss for the Philadelphia 76ers. But, look, it is what it is. It doesn't matter if Embiid plays or not. They got a job to do. That is just the mentality that they have to carry with them tonight. Maybe, obviously, the ball is going to have to run through Tyrese Maxey a lot more regardless. How are the Knicks going to shift their game plan, though? That's a question that I have. Mitchell Robinson, obviously a big body that is not playing in this game. That's another thing, too, about this whole thing is... he's not going to be out there playing, so what are their lineups going to look like? How is Mike Brown going to adjust? How is Nick Nurse going to adjust, of course? These are a lot of things. This team's going through a lot. Nick Nurse lost his brother, went to a funeral yesterday and was away from the team. They're going through some adversity. They really are. Tonight, I'm just going to say this, okay? Whatever the 76ers do tonight, all I want them to do is just show effort, play out there with confidence, and give everything that they have against the New York Knicks. I want them to win, of course. Absolutely, I do. But just keep going out there and keep attacking and keep having that Mamba mentality. That's really my message to them tonight. I feel like that they should have the underdog mentality, and I still have confidence that they can get this done. I think that they can get this done tonight, I do. But it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot for them. And even if they lose this game, I still feel like that they can make it a series. I do. Even if they go down 2-0, obviously Game 3 is a must-win game, and we'll get there another day. But I just wanted to say that I still feel like that this team can make this a series. I don't think that it's going to be an easy road for the New York Knicks. I don't. But the 76ers are going to have to be very physical. They're going to have to also get in their heads. They did that very well against Boston. They're going to have to do the same thing against this New York Knicks team. And the Knicks do have confidence. I know it's a different series. I know it's a different type of a team that they're facing, and they're facing a better team compared to the Atlanta Hawks. But they have won games by like 25, 30-point margins. And they've been playing really good basketball. So they have all the confidence in the world, and they should. They should have the confidence. But the 76ers need to make it really tough for them tonight. A lot of eyes are going to be on Nick Nurse to see what he does with the center minutes. Obviously, Joel Embiid is not there, and nobody can replicate what Joel Embiid does. But are you going to go to Barlow at the 5? Are you going to put Jabari Walker in for some minutes? How long is the leash going to be on Adem Bona? Right? Because now you're going to be forced to play him. So there's a lot that has to happen there. Now you also have Joel Embiid not going to be in drop coverage too. So how does the play style of the defense look compared to what it did in the last game? Is Andre Drummond going to be picked apart on? Can the 76ers find a way to pick apart Jalen Brunson and get their weakest defender involved in the defense and make him a little bit more tired when it comes to his offense? Because he wasn't really getting fatigued out there offensively. And that's because he wasn't used a lot in the ball screens and on the defensive side of the court. He just was not. So a lot of strategy goes on into this game. I'm going to go, my final score prediction for tonight, I'm going to go 118-108 Knicks. I think that that's just a fair statement. I feel like that's just how it's going to be. But again, surprise me. What do I always say? Surprise me, Sixers. And they can get it done. They can get it done. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I do want to say hello to everybody that is here in the chat. Let's do that right now. Where are we? There we are. Hello, everybody. Guys, we are 42 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. If you could do me a huge solid and hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel, I would really appreciate that. This really does go a long ways. We will be back for the Philadelphia Phillies tomorrow night. The 76ers, of course, playing a huge playoff game against the New York Knicks. But I just wanted to make sure that I stated that this is not going to be easy for the Philadelphia 76ers. And I do not have them winning tonight. I have it being a 118-108 final score prediction. But I'd like to hear what you guys think down below. We're still going to be rooting for this team. And obviously, if they can pull this off, that's great. That's phenomenal, and they'll continue to exceed expectations. But I also have to say to myself, on the flip side of things, why they can win this game is because they've done this before. I know that it's a different New York team. I know that this is a New York team that has a lot of athleticism, that has more length, even if Mitchell Robinson is not going to play. And I understand that. But we saw them get punched in the mouth against Boston in Game 1. We thought that they had no business in that series. And then they punched them right again in Game 2. They did. So, why can't they win this game? I also did hear confidence after the first game was done. And even though that kind of bothers me a little bit with some of the responses that I heard, that they don't get free points for that. And I don't like that because you got blown out. At the same time, though, they should feel confident because while they were, whatever the excuse was that they were tired after Game 7, they should feel like that they have a shot with Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, and VJ Edgecombe out there. George is really going to have to step up tonight. Paul George is going to have to play really good basketball, and he's going to have to be very physical with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges too. And he's going to have to help out Tyrese Maxey. So the one thing that kind of annoys me a little bit is that Paul George is going to be in a bigger role, and this is what he's paid to do. Paul George really is going to have to step up, and it can't just be on the defensive side. He's going to have to score. He's going to have to ISO, and he's going to have to knock down threes. And I'd really like to try to see him get going more so towards the second quarter. I mean, whenever he gets going, but preferably you know, when Tyrese Maxey's not out there, obviously you're going to want to see Tyrese Maxey get involved a lot of the time. But yes, if they run through Maxey, I feel like that Jalen Brunson, they're probably not going to have Brunson on him as much, but they're going to have to try to find ways to get Jalen Brunson involved in the defensive actions a little bit more. They didn't do that in the last game. And I give the Knicks credit for that. Part of that was because of the way that they were playing and the types of guards and the types of bodies that they were putting on Tyrese Maxey. But the Sixers are going to have to set some good picks. They're also going to have to try to get in the fast break a little bit more. So, we'll see. We'll see how things do go. What are your final score predictions, though? Let me know down below. It is 7:11 p.m. Eastern Time. Oh, man. All right, dude, going to be epic. Got JJ's call and the Above the Rim feed on ESPN. That's awesome. Let's go. Sixers are minus 500 underdogs tonight. Oh, man. What do we got as our final score predictions? Knicks probably scoring 140 points tonight, says Fuqua. I also feel like, I mean, I could see that for sure, but I don't think that the shooting that they've been putting up over the last 3 games is sustainable. But yet again, it could happen again. I really don't know. I'm going to go 118 to 108 is my final score prediction, but I could definitely see that happening. All right, so let's get on into the starting lineups for tonight. For the Philadelphia 76ers, they have Tyrese Maxey at the point guard, VJ Edgecombe's at the 2, Kelly Oubre Jr. is at the 3. At the 4, it's going to be Paul George, and at the 5, it's Andre Drummond. For the New York Knicks, they have Brunson at the 1, Hart at the 2, Bridges at the 3, Anunoby at the 4, and Towns at the 5. Sixers are in their white and blue uniforms with the white stars going down each side of the jersey. There's Tyrese Maxey, of course, rocking those dreads. The Knicks are in their black and orange jerseys. They have the orange and blue over on the sides of the jerseys. They're pretty cool. I like both of these teams' uniforms. They're really, really awesome. So once again, the starters for the Knicks, it's Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and Karl Anthony Towns. And for the Philadelphia 76ers, it's Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Kelly Oubre Jr., Paul George, and Andre Drummond. By the way, the New York Knicks had their largest home playoff win in franchise history in Game 1. They won by 39 points. The 76ers also had their second largest playoff loss in franchise history. And so we're ready to get things started, and we should be ready to go in just a few moments right now as opening tip-off is underway, and the Knicks win the opening tip-off, and they will be going from right to left. And it'll be Mikal Bridges who has the rock, and he'll dump it on over to Karl Anthony Towns. Towns ready to try to pass it over towards the far side. Josh Hart has it. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Hart's being guarded by Paul George. He steps back. He takes a 3, and that one's no good, and Drummond gets the rebound. An outlet pass to Paul George. George with a handoff to Oubre, and Oubre slams it on in. Good action so far for the Philadelphia 76ers. That's the type of basketball that you want to see. Josh Hart had an ISO, and that was just a bad shot there. Here's Bridges cutting backdoor to the basket, and he makes the reverse layup over Paul George. It's up, and it's in. Sixers going from left to right, and the Knicks are moving from right to left. George has been getting involved in the offense so far. Edgecombe gives it over to George, over at the baseline. He's guarded by Anunoby, and a 2 by Paul George. With a hand in his face, it's good. Good for Paul George. 1 assist, a good defensive possession, and a 2-pointer for Paul George so far. 4-2 Philadelphia. They lead it by 2. Bridges has the Rockies being guarded by Tyrese Maxey. and he's way all over him. And now it's Brunson looking to zip it towards the outside to Anunoby for a tray, and it gets the friendly bounce. It trickled out, and then it hit the backboard, and it went back on in. The soft touch for OG Anunoby. It's Paul George again looking to try to ISO, and now Drummond sets a pick for him. George for three around the screen. Good! Paul George starts this game off on fire. Hit it right over from the far wing. Just a little pick and pop, if you will, for Paul George. 2 minutes into this first quarter, and Drummond is going to get called for a foul as Karl-Anthony Towns was going up with a shot. Are they going to call it a foul on the floor, though? That's the question. It is a personal foul called on Andre Drummond. Who else do we got? We got Lydia here. What's up, Lydia? How you doing? B. Blazen's also here as well. Brunson gets it over at the logo. Edgecombe tries to stay on him, and we have an offensive foul called on Karl-Anthony Towns. And Towns was down for a sec, and he grabs onto that left knee, and he gets called for an illegal screen. He tripped VJ Edgecombe, and Jalen Brunson was ready to shoot that thing, but there we go. All right, Knicks are without Mitchell Robinson. Sixers are without Joel Embiid. Tyrese Maxey has the rock, and he's double-teamed. They'll have to pass it over to Drummond. Drummond back over to Oubre, but the ball was deflected, and it goes on out of bounds. Oubre was left wide open in that corner. All right, so let's make sure that we take the vertical side off. There we go. 7-5 Sixers. Maxey ready to inbound it. And it was supposed to go over to Paul George, and Anunoby gets called for, I believe, a foul. Does he get called for a foul, or is that a backcourt violation? He got tangled up there, Paul George. 9:50 left to go, and it'll be Knicks ball. I can't really understand why that is. He got tangled up there. Anunoby played good defense, they say, and George got called for the turnover. There was a backcourt violation that they called. Brunson back over to Towns, and Towns drives it over to the cup, and he's fouled hard by Oubre. Towns gets hit again, and so does Andre Drummond. The both of them are down. Towns is stretching over on the hardwood. Drummond got helped up by his teammates, and Karl-Anthony Towns got helped up by his. Oubre gets called for a shooting foul. It was a good foul by Kelly, too. Definitely a hard foul there. A physical game between the both of these teams so far. I think Karl-Anthony Towns just broke my man's ankles, Andre Drummond. Got him right on the attack. And Oubre swatted Towns right on the hands. He did what he had to do. 7-5 Sixers, and Towns, when he gets up, he'll go over towards the line. And they were looking to see if maybe whether or not trying to get a word from here. Oh, that should have been an offensive foul on Towns because he elbowed Andre Drummond right in the stomach. So the refs are going to go over towards the table. This will be an official review. So they're reviewing this. It's not a challenge. They're saying that maybe Towns elbowed Andre Drummond, and it looked like that he did. And if that's the case, that's his second personal foul. Crazy. So the refs have the headphones on. They're talking things over with Secaucus, New Jersey. That's his second. They're ready to take the headphones off. There's Tony Brothers. one of the referees, ready to make the call over at the mic. 7-5 Sixers. We were thinking that, okay. Wow, so they're giving the Knicks, they're saying that Oubre got called for a flagrant 1. That's crazy. After Karl-Anthony Towns, looks like that he elbowed Andre Drummond, Kelly Oubre fouled him. Did he get him a little bit in the face? Yes. Didn't really look excessive there, so there's going to be 2 free throws. They call it a flagrant 1. And the Knicks will also get the ball back as well. That's ridiculous. That's not a flagrant. Regardless, though, Towns at the line will shoot a pair of foul shots. The first one goes right on in. And that'll make it 7-6. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Towns at the line for one more. Kelly Oubre getting a flagrant foul there. That's not a flagrant, man. It's crazy. And then Andre Drummond gets elbowed in the gut. Second foul shot, Towns can't make it. And it's a 1-point lead instead. I got to put that in my notes. OG Anunoby's going to inbound it here over to Karl-Anthony Towns. Towns is being guarded on the baseline by Andre Drummond. He'll try to get past him and go up for a 2, and that's up and that's in. So Karl-Anthony Towns scores 3 points on that possession there. 8-7 New York. Drummond with a handoff to Edgecombe. Sixers haven't really gotten Maxey involved in the action, and the Sixers are going to turn it over as Andre Drummond gets called for an illegal screen. 8-7 New York. Nurse trying to tell his team to get back over on defense. He's also looking at his coaching staff to see if they should challenge this. But it's an offensive foul. They actually called it on Paul George. No, it's on Andre Drummond. It's an illegal screen. Wow. 8-7 New York. Less than 9 minutes to go in this first quarter. 8:59 to be exact. A lot of stoppage in play so far in this game. And Bridges will inbound it over to VJ Edgecombe. To Jalen Brunson, who's being guarded by VJ Edgecombe. Brunson will bounce pass it over to Karl-Anthony Towns. And Towns looking to pass it over towards the far corner. It's Josh Hart for a 3. That's no good. And Edgecombe gets a piece of it, and Maxey gets it into his own hands. Tyrese Maxey being guarded by Mikal Bridges. This has been the defense that they've been wanting to go to. George swings it over to Oubre. Oubre lost the ball, and Bridges comes away with the steal. Towns over to Anunoby in the corner for a 3. No. Edgecombe gets the rebound. Got to push the tempo here. VJ looking to give it outside to Drummond. One more to George for a 3, and that's good. Paul George is carrying the offense. He has scored 8 points, Paul George. He is 3 for 3 from the field, and they might want to try to put a body on him. Bridges for 3. That's up. That's way off the mark. Drummond corrals the miss. Andre Drummond is getting rebounds. That's good. Maxey gives it over to George again. Another 3 for PG. He's on fire. He's carrying everybody. 13-8 Philadelphia. He's made all 3 of his threes. Brunson with the tray on the other side. That's not going to go in. Maxey gets the rebound for the 76ers. Tyrese Maxey buzzing down the lane. Gets past everybody, and the layup is good. 15-8. Edgecombe turns it on over. Or Hart turns it over. And it's Edgecombe to Maxey for a 3. That's no good. Sixers look very, very good out there so far. They have a lot of life to them. Towns trying to get past Drummond. The floater inside is up and it's in. And it's a 15-10 ball game. Tyrese Maxey and the Sixers are going from left to right. Paul George has been a one-man show. Throws it away. It was supposed to go to Oubre. Bad read there. And OG Anunoby is going to slam it on home. A 180 dunk for OG Anunoby. And that was a bad pass by Paul George. Not a good read at all. 15-12. New York is down by 3. It's Maxey again. Floater inside. Too strong. Tried to get it past Karl-Anthony Towns. Great defense. Bridges on the attack. Goes up for a 2. And nobody there to clog that paint. And just like that, the Knicks are down by 1. 15-14. 6:20 to go in quarter number 1. The Sixers have been making their shots, but they've got to play a better job on defense. It's Edgecombe over to Oubre, and now it's Tyrese Maxey who's getting blitzed, and Maxey gives it back over to Edgecombe. Edgecombe down the lane, inside, layup is good, and the Sixers are up by 3. Again, Maxey just 1 for 3 from the field so far. Edgecombe just made his first shot, and Andre Drummond is going to foul Karl-Anthony Towns over on the other side. And that will be his second personal foul, I believe. All right, so the Knicks are going to take a timeout, and the Sixers lead it by 3, 17-14 so far, and they'll be right back. All right, chat. Thank you all so much for being on here. It's time to give people some shout-outs. Where are you tapping on in from? Let me know down below, and I will give you a shout-out. Where are we tuning on in from? Let's go. It's all about defense tonight. Can't give up a lot of points in the paint without Embiid. King of pressure in the chats. Fuqua. Shout out to Fuqua. Hello, Fuqua. Who else do we have on here? B-Blazin is here. Scott, thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate you, my guy. JFK, HDS from Midwest USA. Love it. Shout to JFK. Yes, sir. We got Nevada in the chat. Brian is here. What's going on, Brian? Shout out to Brian. We got Sydney, Australia in the chats. Scott is here. It's good to see you, my friend. Always good to see you. Absolutely. All right, we are 40 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. 40 subscribers away, chat. Paul George has scored 11 of the 17 points for Philadelphia so far, and he's been knocking down his shots. We asked, can he step on up to the plate? And in the first quarter, the answer to the question is yes. Absolutely. It's great to see that he's been stepping on up. It is. It's a very good sign, for sure. All right, let's put the straw back on in. I think that this thing is unfrozen right now. Nope, it's still hard. Let's try it. That's good. It's an Oreo cookie crumble cup, frozen coffee from Dunkin'. That's what that is. Oh, man. The Phillies should have saved some of their runs for last night. I'm not even watching the game. Keep telling me how the game's going. Would like to see them try to win the next, to try to win this series. You don't have to give me a play-by-play of, like, what's going on every play, but if there's a scoring play or whatever, like, let me know. Don't, like, spam the chat and say, like, oh, this person just flied out. Like, I don't really care about that right now. But if there's a scoring play or just an update, that's fine. That's totally cool. That's awesome. I'd love to be in Vegas for a night. Sounds good. All right, so the Philadelphia 76ers without Joel Embiid and the New York Knicks without Mitchell Robinson. Paul George has scored 11 points for the 76ers. He's been on fire. Karl Anthony Towns has 5 points. Also, Andre Drummond is in foul trouble. And so Karl Anthony Towns on the line. First foul shot that he makes is good. Adem Bone is going to step on in. In Game 1, the Sixers shot 79% from the foul line. They were 27 for 34. The Knicks were 12 for 17. Towns at the line for one more. 17 to 15, Philadelphia. Tyrese Maxey's been quiet. They played good defense on him. And the second free throw is up and in. And so VJ Edgecombe also only has 2 points as well. He's 1 for 1 from the field. It was a fast break transition score. Edgecombe ready to pass it over to George. Wide open three again, and that time it's no good. And it's OG Anunoby who grabs the rebound. Bridges outside the Hart. And now it's Towns. Towns over to Anunoby. Pump fake, hesitation. And he gets right over to the bucket, and it's good. The Knicks are getting everywhere that they want to inside. And it's now an 18 to 17 point game. And the Knicks have their first lead of the game. Looks like that Edgecombe is going to get the ball and work around the screen, and the ball's deflected, and the ball goes on out of bounds. This Knicks team is playing very scrappy basketball, and the 76ers just not able to stop them in the paint. Anunoby was able to make a really good cut, and the Sixers didn't notice that. That's the thing is that, Joel can still protect the rim, but they got him away from the rim before in Game 1, but now that there's no rim presence there at all whatsoever, they're just getting easy layups. They are. Maxey will inbound it over to Paul George. George back to Maxey. An ISO 2-point shot. No. Offensive rebound by Bona. That was awesome. And Grimes gets it back for the 76ers. Paul George wants to ISO against Josh Hart. He steps back for a three, and that one's a little bit short too, and Jordan Clarkson snags the rebound. So Paul George getting involved in the offense already with 6 field goal attempts. The 2 is no good by Brunson, and George snags the rebound again. He'll attack out in transition. He'll give it outside to Quentin Grimes, who drives it back inside, and he's fouled. Got fouled right on in the paint. Where is the Gamecast? There we go. That's better. The foul was called on Karl Anthony Towns. That's his first personal foul. And it'll be Grimes going to the line for 2 free throws. No Joel, but PG has the hot hand, but PG missed his last shot. He missed his last 2 shots. So it's all about the defense tonight. It's all about the bump defense. Bump. 18-18, 4:29 to go in quarter number 1. 2 early fouls on Karl Anthony Towns, and Ariel Hukporti is going to come on in. He's the backup center for the New York Knicks tonight as they're playing without Mitchell Robinson. He's out with an illness. Grimes makes both free throws, and the Sixers have the lead.
Excellent.
19-18 Philadelphia. What a year. 4:20 left to go in the first quarter. Wasn't alive for that year. Jalen Brunson takes it over towards the left side, crosses over a couple of times, and goes up for a 2. No foul called. Hukporti lost it, and it goes out of bounds. It'll be Sixers ball. Brunson was like, why aren't you going to challenge that? And, well, And it was last touched by the Knicks from what I saw. Tyrese Maxey has the rock now. Brunson was on him, and now they'll swing it over to VJ. One more to Oubre for a three, and that's good! Kelly Oubre Jr. knocked it down from the near corner. Edgecombe guarding Jalen Brunson. Let's see if he can stay on him this time. A dribble handoff that's poked away by Oubre. Picked up in the backcourt by Josh Hart. And now it's 5-on-4 basketball. Here's Clarkson for two. Inside. No. And Bona is the one who fouls Jordan Clarkson. Wants a little explanation for that. But as Oubre took a gamble and went for the ball, Josh Hart was just able to sprint and then just get a 5-on-4 possession out of it. 22-18, Jordan Clarkson in the playoffs, averaging 14.5 minutes per game, 6.9 points per game as well. And he's at the line. Foul shot number one. Swish goes the basketball. After this game tonight, the other game that will be taking place, it'll be the San Antonio Spurs taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minnesota leads that series 1-0. Foul shot number two, no. And we have another foul called. It's a whistle on the Sixers. Grimes gets called for a lane violation. They said that he went a little bit early. So he'll get a second chance at this foul shot, Jordan Clarkson. And the foul shot is up and good. 3:37 to go in quarter number one. And a lot of dribble handoffs from the 76ers as they maneuver again from left to right. Grimes swings it over to Oubre for an open three. That's cash. Oubre starting to knock down shots. He hit one from the near corner, now hits one from the far corner, and the 76ers are hitting their buckets. Hart is going to look to try to pass it over to McBride, and now we'll pass it over to Josh Hart. The guy that's on him is VJ Edgecombe. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Grimes, I believe, is going to get called for a foul as the pass was supposed to go inside over to Jalen Brunson, and we have a whistle on Quentin Grimes. They are playing with more physicality in this game, and that's been a very good sign. 25-22, or to 20 that is, and the New York Knicks are in the bonus. Oubre has 8 points tonight. He's 3 for 3 from the field. He knocked down 2 big threes. And Paul George has been getting involved in the scoring as well. Here's Brunson at the line. Free throw number one. It's up, and he knocks it on down. Jack Royboy is here. What's up, Jack? How you doing? Good to see you on here, my friend. Good to see Nick leaving some scoring in with the second unit. I agree. I agree. The second foul shot from Brunson. It's up, and he cashes that one in as well. The Sixers lead it by 3. That's the first 2 points from Jalen Brunson in this game. He is 0 for 3 from the field. Edgecombe looking to hand it off over to Adem Bona, and another dribble handoff that goes over to Quentin Grimes. Grimes at the foul line, steps back for 2. That's no good, and Clarkson grabs his miss. And the Knicks trying to push the tempo again. It's Oubre guarding Jalen Brunson, gets his pocket picked, and Maxey comes up with a steal. Edgecombe for 2, and he's fouled hard. Kelly Oubre playing really good defense all over Jalen Brunson. We saw that in the series that the Sixers played a couple of years ago, that Kelly Oubre Jr. did an excellent job on the defensive side when he was guarding Jalen Brunson. And with that, we have a timeout taken. 2:35 to go in quarter number one. I'm going to take a very quick step aside. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. folks, don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Whoever did subscribe to the channel, comment who you are down below, and I will definitely give you a shout out for sure. Next man up is Philly in me heart. I love and I'll take that. Yeah, I like the next man up mentality. Paul George and Kelly Oubre Jr. have been the stars of the game so far. They played very good basketball. They've been super physical with Jalen Brunson. They've made him very uncomfortable. And they're also knocking down shots. They really are. Tyrese Maxey hasn't been able to get things going. And guess what? Like, this is what happens, okay? So the game plan for the New York Knicks is just to basically erase Tyrese Maxey. Like, they are blitzing him every time that he gets the ball. They are taking them out of the equation. They're saying somebody else has to beat them. So the question now becomes, when do they change their defensive adjustments, and when do they start guarding Oubre and Paul George? Because they clearly think that they'd still rather guard Tyrese Maxey and just let those guys beat them shooting the basketball. So that's when things are going to have to open up, because they're going to have to continue to knock down shots if they want that to be the case. Embiid is a really good screener. They don't have a good screener without Joel Embiid out there, so Maxey can't even get a little bit of space. So you're seeing that they're just blitzing Tyrese on every single possession. That's why he's not getting any field goal attempts up, because the Knicks are just in his face. They really are. But I like this team basketball that they're playing. Edgecombe is going to go to the line, and he will shoot a pair of foul shots. As remember, he got fouled by Deuce McBride. Foul shot number 1, Edgecombe misses it. We'll see if he can at least go 1 for 2 from the line. 14.8 points per game in the playoffs for VJ. And free throw number 2. That'll give the Sixers a 2-possession lead.
Excellent.
Sixers trying to win their first quarter of this series. They lost every quarter in game 1. It's Paul George guarding Deuce McBride. And McBride looking to try to hand it off over to Bona, or trying to hand it off over to Huckporty, I should say, who's being guarded by Bona. Look at Paul George just getting active on the defensive side. Swats the ball away. And Deuce McBride thought that he had a layup there, and Paul George denied him. 3.9 seconds left to go on the shot clock. Excellent defense from Paul George. He has been unbelievable. And here's the inbound pass, and that's going to go over to Ariel Huckporty. Nobody guarded them in the dunker spot. And he's able to slam it on home, 26-24. Sixers only up by 2. A handoff to Grimes. And it's Clarkson who's on Quentin Grimes. Now it's Adem Bona who goes down the lane. And Bona can't even dunk it on him, but he got fouled. He got fouled by Huckporty. I'm surprised. Mike Brown is looking, and he's like, is that really even a foul? Let's look again. He was taking it right on over towards the cup. They're showing the replay of the Huckporty dunk. That's what they're showing. That was a nice inbound pass, too, from Jalen Brunson. A skip pass right over to Huckporty. And now it's Bona who's at the line. Not a good foul shooter. First one, makes it. And he swishes it as well. Wow. Slow but very good, exciting first. I hear you, man. I like the next man up mentality that they're having right now. They got to knock down shots. They got to make the Knicks change their defensive plan and open the floor for Tyrese. Foul shot number 2 from Bona. That's no good. And Huckporty gets the rebound over OG Anunoby. They had to communicate there, and they got it. Here's Jalen Brunson being guarded by VJ Edgecombe again, trying to work around the screen. And now it's Brunson for 3 over VJ. Good. That was great defense, just better offense. And that's his first 3 points that he has made from the field. George looks to pass it over to Bona. Bona back outside to Oubre. Oubre to Grimes, who heads over towards the basket. And he lost the ball. And he is going to turn it on over. The ball goes on out of bounds. Great defense by the New York Knicks. Got to get back on the defensive side. Yes, you do. And as the ball's inbounded over to Jalen Brunson, we have another whistle called, and we're going to walk the floor and have some more free throws. Clarkson just blocked Quentin Grimes' layup. Edgecombe got called for a personal foul. That's his first one of the game. And Brunson will head to the line to try to give the Knicks the lead. 11 minutes and 5 points for Jalen Brunson. It's been a very slow first quarter so far. Foul shot number 1, and Brunson gives the Knicks their second lead of the game. Excuse me. I like Bona more than Drummond. In this series, yeah. When he's not fouling every minute, I hear you. Foul shot number 2 from Jalen Brunson. That's up and that's in. It's a 29-27 game. Edgecombe nearly lost the ball in the backcourt, but he picks it back on up, and now he's over at the Knicks logo. George back to Edgecombe, and a 2 is up, and a foul called again on Ariel Hukporti. And that will be another personal on him. That's his second one of the game. Look at that again. Paul George has been an awesome playmaker for the 76ers in this game. The bounce pass that he made to VJ Edgecombe as he zipped on by him was awesome. So VJ's at the line. Foul shot number 1 from Edgecombe, and in and out it goes. Has to be able to knock down these shots. You can't leave points on the table. So Hukporti with 2 fouls. Karl Anthony Towns with 2 fouls as well. 3 minutes, 2 fouls from Ariel Hukporti. Edgecombe at the line for one more. That one is good.
Excellent.
1:05 to go in quarter number 1. Edgecombe is 2 for 4 from the line. Here is Brunson being guarded by VJ. And a screen comes. Brunson down the lane, goes up for a shot. Denied by Bona. Oh, a chase down block by Bona. Here's Maxey going towards the lane. Layup's no good. Bona gets the rebound. And we have another whistle called, and this will be on the New York Knicks. How did Maxey not get fouled there? I don't know. He got blitzed, and he got pulled down. 47 seconds to go in the first quarter. There was a foul called. Again, it's on Ariel Hukporti, and Maxey is going to go to the line. That was a very late whistle. I thought maybe the foul was going to be called. It would have been a loose ball foul as Bona got the rebound, but that was about 5 seconds late. Hukporti in foul trouble now. Maxey at the line. First foul shot is good. And Jeremy Sochan, the former San Antonio Spur, is going to come on out there to play for Hukporti. This foul shot will give the Sixers the lead if he makes it. 29-29 is the score. Sochan, 22 years old, and the second foul shot by Maxey. It's good.
Excellent.
There we go. All right, 30-29. Hukporti with 3 fouls, Towns with 2. It's Jalen Brunson going down the lane. Edgecombe doing a good job guarding him. It's just another nice bucket from Jalen Brunson. And here's Tyrese Maxey again. A step back J from Jalen Brunson. He's just so good on offense. Maxey at the Sixers logo being guarded by OG Anunoby. Maxey wants to cross over and gets Brunson on him. Now has to pass it over to Edgecombe. One more to Grimes for a 3. Grimes knocks it down. The 76ers are making their threes in this game, and they've been spectacular from beyond the arc. 33-31, they're 6 for 9 from downtown. Anunoby down the lane, looking for a pump fake, goes up for a 2 inside. That one won't go, and that is going to do it. The Sixers win their first quarter of the series so far, and so they lead it 33-31 going on into quarter number 2. Look at Jalen Brunson again, just getting VJ Edgecombe on the step back and just knocking that thing down. And how about the playmaking from Tyrese Maxey and the shot making from his teammates? That's what's helping out so far. Sixers are making their shots, and that's been a good thing so far. They're 6 for 9 from 3 at the end of the first. That's great. Letter grades for that first quarter. Let me know what you guys think down below. This has been a good game so far. This has been a really good game so far. Both teams have been very physical. Paul George was hot in the first couple of minutes, and he was just making plays. He is the X factor in this series. He really is. If they are going to continue to blitz Tyrese Maxey, he has to step up. He really does. He has to step up. And Oubre and the rest of the guys are going to have to knock down shots in order for the Knicks to change their game plan. So the Sixers are knocking down shots, and that's been really good. On the closeouts, the Knicks aren't closing out so well, and the 76ers are making them pay. So they've made adjustments there, and we'll see what ends up happening in this second quarter. But let me know what you guys think down below. What else do we got? I've got no idea who's officiating this game, says Jeff. I hear you. Giving up 31 in the quarter against is actually a victory in Madison Square Garden. Look at how they're playing Jalen Brunson. I mean, Brunson was really quiet in that first quarter, if we want to be honest with ourselves. He was 2 for 6 from the field. OG Anunoby was getting buckets. He was getting buckets, and he was heading over to the rim. But guess what? That's what the point of attack was for the New York Knicks, is just to try to get to the rim a little bit more without Joel Embiid there. But what I've noticed is that the 76ers have broken their zones. They really have. They've played a very physical game, and they're guarding the passing lanes. They're making it really tough for Jalen Brunson to get reads, and they're switching really well for the most part. So possible that the Sixers are playing better than what they did on Monday night. It was a good first quarter. Okay, we have 3 more quarters left to go, but I like what I'm seeing so far with how the 76ers are being defended. I feel like that this is a good start. It's a good start. I want to see Tyrese Maxey get more space, but the problem is that he's just not able to break through against Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. They are putting forwards on Tyrese Maxey. And so what are the Sixers doing? Well, they're trying to get Paul George and Kelly Oubre to make more plays, because that's where Jalen Brunson is probably going to be more on those guys. And then the Knicks do a good job switching, but if Paul George is going to ISO and if he's going to knock down threes, GG's. Good luck. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe as well. All right. So, good start from the 76ers so far. 33-31. Sixers are going to inbound it over to Adem Bona. I'll tell you, Adem Bona has been playing very well in this game so far, too. I never thought that I would even say that. George gets it over towards inside the three-point arc, and he finds Tyrese Maxey, cutting backdoor. What a pass by Paul George. In between the legs. And he found Tyrese Maxey on that beautiful bounce pass. That was awesome. Jose Alvarado is out there for the New York Knicks. And here's a 2 by Karl Anthony Towns. That's up and that's good. Be blazing with the gifted membership. Thank you so much. That's so awesome. Thank you, my friend. Another foul is going to be called on Karl Anthony Towns. That's his 3rd one. He tried to plant a seed there, and Tyrese Maxey tripped over him. He did. We'll see that again. That's a personal foul. As he was trying to zigzag around the screen, Tyrese Maxey also tried to zigzag against Karl Anthony Towns. Towns is like laughing. He's like, what can I do? So he's getting on into foul trouble. That's also a good thing, too. Good to see Kelly making these 2 threes, but I would go easy with that. Not a winning formula, says Morty. 35-33. And we have another foul called after Josh Hart just came on in for Karl Anthony Towns. Foul was called on Miles McBride. And McBride has 2 personals as well. Maxey's going to go to the line. And here's his first foul shot. Good. 36-33. Still think that they should put in Dominic Barlow. 35 consecutive free throws for Tyrese Maxey, longest streak in Sixers franchise history. Let's go. And that shot is up, and that shot is good.
Excellent.
It's a 4-point lead for the 76ers. Alvarado goes down the lane, gets it denied, and the Sixers come away with the basketball again. Nice play by Adem Bona. Maxey got the rebound. Maxey throws it over to Bona's way. Bona gets it poked loose from Josh Hart. The steal by Miles McBride. And a handoff to Mikal Bridges as the Knicks go from right to left. Bridges with a handoff that goes over to Josh Hart. Hart provides a good screen for Bridges and a pass outside to Anunoby for a 3. Doesn't get the friendly roll that time. Oubre leaps up and is able to catch the basketball. Sixers up by 4. Tyrese Maxey goes down the lane, puts up a 2. No good. Bona offensive rebound, and he's fouled. Look at Adem Bona go. It's been the Adem Bona first half. He has been so physical in this game. Who would have thought? I mean, this guy is stepping up. He's grabbing rebounds. He's blocking shots. He's not fouling. And he's doing an excellent job in his role. And Bona at the line for 2 foul shots. The first one, in and out it goes. It was a hard touch. James is here. What's up, James? How you doing, my friend? Once again, B-Blazin', thank you so much. Second free throw by Bona. Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Paul George leads the way with 11 points for the 76ers. Kelly Oubre Jr. and Tyrese Maxey each have 8 for Philadelphia. It's Bridges down the lane, going up with a 2, and he ISOs against Kelly Oubre Jr., and it works. 38-35, Sixers starters. It's Paul George, Quentin Grimes, Adem Bona, Maxey, and Oubre. Here's a 3 by Maxey. That's up, and that's in! Tyrese Maxey wanted the ISO, and he hit nothing but nets. 11 points for Tyrese. It's Anunoby for a 2 inside. That's up, and that's in. Sixers have really good rim protection from Adem Bona, but not that time. He was a little bit late to guard OG Anunoby. Maxey around the screen, looking to give it over to George. George to Bona. Bona nearly lost it. Grimes gets it back and gets it denied on the other side by OG Anunoby. Hart for 3, or Alvarado for 3. That's up and that's good. Jose Alvarado hit the shot from the right wing, and it's back to a 1-point game. Maxey guarded by Deuce McBride again. Looking to try to post him up. He fades away and knocks down the 2. A spin around, turn around jump shot from number 0. 43-40. And Bridges has the rock again. Oubre staying on him. Almost trying to fight through a screen. And now it's a push-off that's called against Josh Hart. And another offensive foul called against the New York Knicks. 43-40. 8:52 to go in quarter number 2. Just a very physical basketball game between the both of these teams. And it's been very well fought so far. 8:52 to go in this first half of play. The Philadelphia 76ers, in case you're wondering, in this game so far, they have made 7 of their 10 threes. And the New York Knicks are just 3 for 9. Unbelievable. It's Edgecombe with a handoff over to Tyrese Maxey. The Sixers are also out-rebounding the Knicks 11-7. And this is without Joel Embiid. Maxey, step back, elbow J. He is starting to connect too. 45-40. Now it's Tyrese Maxey with 15 points in this game so far. 45-40. He scored 11 in this second quarter, and he's starting to knock down the jumpers. It's Bridges with an elbow J, and he is starting to heat up as well. Mikal Bridges getting more involved in the action on offense, and that shot is up, and that shot is in. 8 points for Mikal in this game. Another 3 for Tyrese Maxey. That time he misses. And an offensive rebound by Bona. Edgecombe alley-oop pass to Bona, and that's up, and it's good, but they won't call it. They'll call a foul on the floor before the dunk was made, and it's on Jose Alvarado. Look at Adem Bona just grabbing offensive boards, blocking shots. 2 blocks, 2 points, 3 rebounds, and he's thriving in his role. It's good to see, man. Vlad, congratulations for becoming a member. And B Blazing, once again, thank you so much. Jack, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, told you Bona makes a difference. Well, he wasn't doing that the other night. He had 4 fouls in 5 minutes. He's doing it now, though. Good for him. George nearly fumbled the ball, almost turned it over. He'll bounce it over to Maxey. Maxey looking to post up Alvarado. He turns around, puts up a 2. No! Edgecombe was going to dunk it, and we have another foul called on Alvarado. Alvarado is walking on over towards the refs. Mike Brown's looking up at the Jumbotron, and he just says, I can't stand what's going on. Actually, may have pushed off a little bit there, but how many times in the playoffs have we seen just guys trying to push off and the Sixers not benefiting from those calls? So Maxey will go to the line. 4 points in the first, 11 in the second, and he has 15 points in this game. Foul shot number 1. Doesn't get the friendly roll, and it rolls out towards the left side. Thank you again for the $2 super chat, my friend. Always good to see you on here. Yes, sir. Did ESPN see Spike Lee yet? I haven't seen him. Foul shot number 2 from Tyrese Maxey. Bingo.
Excellent.
Bona heard us say unplayable. This is a different style of basketball from him. 16 points for Tyrese Maxey. Brunson will pass it over to Huck Porty, and another handoff that goes over to Bridges. Clarkson down the lane, zips it outside to Hart for a 3. Hart can't knock it down. Offensive board from Jordan Clarkson. Jalen Brunson again over at the foul line. Goes up with a floater inside. That one won't go. Offensive board again by Huck Porty. The second shot's no good by Clarkson, and the Sixers get the rebound. George on the attack. A handoff to Oubre. Oubre for 2, and the ball goes on out of bounds. And the Knicks think that it's going to be their ball. Jalen Brunson says challenge this. Mike Brown, I don't know if he will. They say that it was last touched by Brunson. 7:08 to go in the second quarter. Brunson got a call, and they said review it, but I believe that now they're going to give the Knicks the ball. 7:08 to go in this second quarter of play. And it will be Knicks basketball instead. One ref said that it was Sixers ball. The other one said that it was Knicks ball. And they came together, and they were like, yeah, it's Knicks ball. Mikal Bridges looking to swing it over towards the outside. Huck Porty gets it. And he's looking to hand it off to somebody. Sixers doing a good job guarding everybody else. Brunson does eventually get the handoff. Steps back, tries to pass it. Bad read. Maxey gets the steal. Maxey, a transition 3. No good. Drummond tips it up and tips it in. 48-42. Hart on the drive. Hart on the attack. A handoff to Huck Porty. No. He missed the wide open layup. Bridges gets it back. And Clarkson puts up a floater inside, and that shot is good. 48-44 with 6:20 to go in quarter number 2. Sixers lead it by 4 points. Tyrese Maxey leads all scorers with 16. Maxey on a drive. Maxey with a layup, and that one is good too. Maxey with the soft touch. Clarkson on a drive to the basket, and he lays it up over Kelly Oubre Jr., and that shot is good as well. 50-46. The Sixers take a timeout with exactly 6 minutes to go in this second quarter so far. How about Tyrese Maxey waking up? 14 points in this second quarter. He's made 14 of his 18 points in this quarter so far in just 6 minutes of play. And with that, we'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We are now 38 subscribers away. Fins Up is here. What's up, Fins Up? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. We're trying to get to 100 likes. We're trying to get to 100 likes. Karl Anthony Towns has 3 fouls. That's why he's not playing. And Joel Embiid isn't even out there tonight. So that's why, he's gotten into some foul trouble. So that's probably going to do it for him for the first half, right? You would have to think, because he's in foul trouble. So when you have 3 fouls, Huck Porty also has 3 fouls too, and that he's still playing. So I don't know how they're trying to maximize that, but the 76ers have to just keep getting them into foul trouble. They really do. Bridges has 8. Josh Hart has not scored any points, and he only has 1 rebound, by the way. And I give a lot of credit to Paul George and Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe for just being so aggressive out there. Kelly Oubre Jr. has been a dog as well. It's been nice. It's been really good to see. Sixers can steal this. They most certainly can. But again, there's a lot of time even left in this first half. The Sixers have energy, but it's a 48-minute game, guys. It's a 48-minute game. So I love how they're playing so far. They have to keep it up, though. And the Knicks, who knows? I'm knocking on wood as I speak, but guess what? The shots could stop falling for the 76ers. They were hitting shots ridiculously in that first quarter, so, you just never know. You just never know. Maybe fouls New York has a lot. Yeah, they have 3. There's still a lot of game left, even in this first half. I hate when we do this. PG had 11 points in the first quarter, 6 minutes in, and he still got 11 points as O'Gluffy. Yeah, I want him to get the ball more, but look at Tyrese Maxey. Now Tyrese Maxey is scoring. So, it's not like nobody else is going off. Tyrese Maxey's had a really hot second quarter. So what? So you want to take the ball out of Maxey's hands now and he's thriving? I wouldn't want to do that. So as long as somebody else is stepping up and hitting their shots, I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine. They've also defended Paul George a little bit differently in this second quarter, I've noticed, too. So they're trying to, not make him be even a shooter. They're trying to make him into even more of a passer. Kelly Oubre gets the inbound pass here, and it's a little dump off over to Tyrese Maxey being guarded by Bridges. Maxey trying to get some space, floater inside, won't go, and Drummond can't get the rebound. Oh, Tyrese should have had that. And so it's Oubre playing defense all over Jordan Clarkson. The ball is stripped by Maxey and a steal by Drummond. Maxey blindsided Jordan Clarkson and came up from behind. Maxey with a little soft pass to Oubre, and Oubre throws it down. Good for him to just be a sniper on defense. That is what you want, a pest. Man, let's go. Jalen Brunson gets a handoff, and now it's VJ Edgecombe trying to guard him. Brunson for 2, and I'll tell you what, VJ Edgecombe's a great defender, but he has had problems guarding Jalen Brunson, it seems. Brunson's been able to make his shots. Maxey tries to zip it over to Oubre, but it's intercepted by Josh Hart. Hart towards the outside of Clarkson for a 3, and that was no good. Drummond gets the rebound, and he's fouled again by Huck Porty. Once more. That's his 4th foul. Ariel Huck Porty is in foul trouble. 2 more fouls than he's done. We Philly hard in love. I'm happy that it's exciting. They're keeping it close, and they're standing their ground, and they're making really good plays, and they're playing a scrappy brand of basketball. This is what Philly basketball is all about. 7 minutes and 4 fouls on Ariel Huck Porty, and it's Drummond who's going to go to the line. And the centers are playing really well for the 76ers, too. Drummond's first foul shot is up and in. OG Anunoby and Landry Shamet are going to come on in. Landry Shamet from Wichita State was drafted by the Sixers. Remember, he was a really good three-point shooter. There's George over on the bench, sitting in between Dominic Barlow and Justin Edwards. Drummond at the line for one more. The shot's up, and swish goes the basketball. The Sixers are 13 for 18 from the line. It's Brunson again, being guarded by VJ Edgecombe. 4:40 left to go in this second quarter of play. Brunson on the attack, goes up for a 2 inside, and he hits the window and lays it up and lays it on in. So 7 fouls combined for Cat and Huck Porty as well. Maxey gets past the logo. He's being guarded by Bridges. A handoff to VJ Edgecombe again. Edgecombe being guarded by Shamet and now being guarded by Brunson. Edgecombe, I thought he was going to shoot that. He's going to pass it over to Grimes instead. Edgecombe tries to lay it up and lay it on inside. Can't get his own rebound. OG Anunoby comes up with it, and here come the Knicks again. It's Anunoby trying to cross down the lane and finish with the 2, and he gets the dunk to go. He is just so explosive when he is going downhill and flying over to the rack. And that's how he's gotten most of his points in this game. Oubre thought about taking the 3, then decided not to because Josh Hart was on him. Now it's Maxey trying to get past Josh Hart. Maxey off balance 2. Great defense by Hart. And so here comes Josh Hart and the Knicks. Hart with an alley-oop pass over to Mikal Bridges, and he lays it down with both hands. The Villanova Wildcat connection going off. 54-54 with 3:20 to go in the second quarter of play. Here's Edgecombe down the lane, trying to lay it up and inside, and we have ourselves a timeout taken by Philadelphia with 3:19 to go. Madison Square Garden starting to stand up now. And so the Knicks go on a little run, and the 76ers and the New York Knicks are tied at 54 apiece. All right, Knicks tired from winning the first game, says Benny. This game's not over, man. The Knicks decide to go small. I'll tell you that Andre Drummond wasn't really playing well out there when the Knicks decided to do that. But it was good that they called a timeout there. So I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Sixers are shooting 72% from the line. They have been out rebounding the Knicks, but it's been a little bit closer in this second quarter here. The Knicks are starting to get their hustle back. Sixers have 7 turnovers. The Knicks have 6. I wonder if they're going to play faster with without their centers, and slide OG down to the 5, and how the Sixers counter that. We'll see. We'll see. Celebrity Row at MSG for Knicks Sixers Game 2. What do we got? We got Kylie Jenner. Timothy is there. There's Ben Stiller. There's Tracy Morgan. There's Jay-Z. Fat Joe is there. Walt Frazier's there. There's Allen Houston on the phone. Patrick Ewing is also there. And see Spike Lee. I don't know if Spike Lee is in the building or not. Folks, my name is Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ. We saw some really good center minutes from Andre Drummond in the very beginning, and then Adem Bona was playing good center minutes too. But with the small guard lineup, Andre Drummond hasn't been as explosive, it seems. Hoping Joel's absence can inspire our Sixers. I think that's part of the equation. I do. Maxey started off cold, and then George was hot, and then in the second quarter, Tyrese Maxey got it going. I know Brunson has 13 points, but he looks off. Like, he doesn't look like he's comfortable out there, you know? They got to force Jalen Brunson to make decisions with his passing abilities, because I feel like that's a weakness that he has. When he's forced to make really tough reads and he's just being blitzed all the time, he makes bad decisions that way. So, each team does have 4 steals. The Knicks have 13 assists as well. Sixers have 9. Hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. We go on for Sixers playoff basketball. We do Phillies baseball, and we do Eagles football as well. The game will come down to defense and rebounding. Oubre denying Brunson the ball in the second half. He will get his. Yeah, they gotta keep their foot on the gas pedal. That's just the bottom line. Continue to, attack the paint and run the ball down their throats. Maxey will try to inbound it over to Kelly Oubre Jr. Oubre gives it back over to Maxey, and Paul George is back on in too. The Sixers have a small guard lineup out there, it seems. George trying to go for a 2 inside, and the shot is up, and will they count it? They will. Paul George just hit the back of the rim from the left side of the baseline, and it just got a weird bounce. It hit the back of the rim. Then it hit the top of the backboard in the square, and he is going to go to the line for the old-fashioned three-point play. It actually went above the square, and yet it still went on in. There you go. 56-54. 3:08 to go in this second quarter. Tyrese Maxey is going to go to the line as Josh Hart got called for a tech. Oh, my gosh. And so it's now a 57-54 game. Josh Hart, can't believe that he got teed up. And Paul George will go to the line for his and one opportunity. 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go in the second quarter. And this is for a 2-possession lead. He can't knock it down. Oh, darn it. Just a little bit short. And George is a very good foul shooter, too. Brunson steps into a 3, and he can't knock it down. Grimes climbs up the ladder, hauls in the board, and Maxey has it for Philadelphia. Maxey being guarded by Josh Hart. He's going to try to pick him apart here. He steps back, and he hands it off over to Grimes. Grimes hands it off again. This time it's to Oubre for a 3. Oubre can't hit it that time. And we have a foul called on Bona. Adem Bona gets called for a loose ball foul. You got to be careful, Adem. That's his second one of the game. 2 fouls in 11 minutes from Adem Bona. 2 minutes and 37 seconds to go in this second quarter. Bridges will look to inbound it to Landry Shamet. So the lineup is Anunoby, Hart, Bridges, Brunson, and Shamet. It's Josh Hart at the elbow with a handoff to OG Anunoby, who steps back for a 2. Can't hit the line drive shot. Bridges tips it into the hands of Oubre, and the Sixers have possession of the basketball. Tyrese Maxey with a couple of crossovers over at the logo. being guarded by Michael Bridges, wants to conduct the traffic, and now it's Grimes with the screen. Maxey goes down the lane, a kick out over to Oubre. Kelly Oubre Jr. trying to get to a foul line jump shot. That one won't go. Bona fighting for the rebound, and he'll give it back out to Maxey. Maxey, crossover, and a throwaway over to Jalen Brunson. Brunson almost elbowed Grimes and hits the layup out in transition. An easy pick for Jalen Brunson. 1:40 to go. A bad read there from Tyrese Maxey. He's turned the ball over a couple of times on some bad passes. And it's OG Anunoby playing good defense against Tyrese Maxey. Nearly stripped it. Grimes for three. Airballed it. And Bona saves it, but it gets tipped into the hands of Michael Bridges. And here come the scrappy Knicks. Anunoby finishing inside. Hitting the layup. And the Knicks take the lead 58-57. OG Anunoby, 13 points. He's 6 for 10 from the field. Just 1 rebound and 1 assist as well. 1 minute left in this second quarter. And what is Tyrese Maxey going to do? He crosses over, takes it to the foul line, puts up a 2. It's a little bit short, and Bridges comes away with another rebound. And here is Brunson for 2. A foul called on the floor. It's against Paul George. And that'll be Paul George's second personal foul of the game. So you saw a bad decision there from Tyrese Maxey. Jalen Brunson was a safety there, and he made a nice play to sort of stiff arm past Quentin Grimes to get the layup to go, and the 76ers just not able to stop the Knicks out in transition. 58-57, it'll be Brunson who will inbound the ball. VJ Edgecombe will step back on into the game for Quentin Grimes. Actually, Anunoby is going to... Nope, it is Jalen Brunson who will inbound it. Both teams are now in the bonus. They'll give it over to Josh Hart. Hart being guarded by Adem Bona. Josh Hart looking to try to go up with a shot inside. Shots up by Paul George. Or shots up over Paul George, and that's up and in. That's the largest lead of the game that the Knicks have. It's a 3-point lead, 60-57, 35 seconds to go in this second quarter of play. Tyrese Maxey zips it over to George for a 3. No. And the ball is rebounded again by Bona. Back over to Edgecombe for a 2. Bona getting it done. And Edgecombe finishing at the 2 and getting the layup to go. VJ Edgecombe, 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. And he is guarding Jalen Brunson again. Brunson tries to step on over VJ. The shot's up. He missed the layup. And Bona snags another board. Edgecombe to Maxey. Maxey to VJ for 3. And it's good! 3.9 seconds to go. We also have a foul called. And that is against Philadelphia. Are they going to count the 3? 62-60. That's what it says on the scoreboard for now. Jalen Brunson got knocked down to the ground. 3.9 seconds left to go. Bona just ran right through Jalen Brunson as he was trying to get the rebound there. And so they count the 3, but now Brunson and the Knicks are going to walk the floor. So Adem gets called for his 3rd foul. 76ers also get a delay of game violation. And Brunson's at the line to try to tie the game. He'll go to the line for 2. Free throw number 1 for Jalen Brunson. Here it comes. It's up. And no good. Hits the back of the rim. After this is done, the first half, we'll take a 5-minute step off. And then we'll do a little halftime show. There's a bad foul there. 3.9 seconds to go in this second quarter of play. We'll go raid Orioles Birdwatcher. Foul shot number 2 from Brunson. That's up, and that's good. George inbounds it over to VJ. He's past half court. He puts up a 3. And that shot's up, and it's no good. And the Sixers lead it by 1 as they go into halftime. 62-61 is the score. So another half of basketball to go. And with that, we'll be right back in just a little bit, and we'll have ourselves a halftime show. Give me 5 minutes. In the meantime, though, let's go say hi to Orioles Birdwatcher. We got 103 people tapping on in. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. See you very, very soon. There's the link. Go say hi. Welcome on into the 76ers halftime show. here on Play by Play with JJ. My name is Jason Joseph. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. The Philadelphia 76ers lead it 62-61 at the half. And a couple of notes that I have for this game so far from a 76ers perspective. First and foremost, if you were to tell me that the score is 62-61 at halftime, I would say that I'd be very happy with that result if the Sixers were winning or losing. The fact that they only gave up 61 points compared to, 73 in the last game, that's better. It definitely is better. I notice in this game that the 76ers have done a much better job at playing defense all over Jalen Brunson in the first quarter. It took him a little bit of time to get going. Kelly Oubre Jr. was doing a good job guarding him. I don't know why in the second quarter they got away from that a little bit more, but that really did hurt them, I would say, because Jalen Brunson is just finding ways to score against VJ Edgecombe. For whatever the reason is, it's just working, and I know Jalen's just a really good player. He is. I'm not dismissing him at all, but you thought that maybe VJ would step up a little bit more and get some good defensive stops against him. Well, that's clearly not been the case. Jalen Brunson has just been able to trick VJ, and VJ has not been as good of a defensive player one-on-one against Jalen Brunson. So that's been a problem, and the 76ers are going to have to try to find a way to continue to make him into more of a passer, and they didn't do that as much in the second quarter. I really liked the play in the first. We had some really good shot making from Paul George. Paul George really got it going in the first quarter, and he was just ISOing, and it didn't matter who was on him. He was knocking down shots, and he just felt comfortable letting it fly. And that, a confident Paul George, is a really good thing for this Philadelphia 76ers team. When he's stepping up, when he's knocking down shots, when he's ISOing and making threes and swishing them, that gives this team another element. He has got to continue to do that because Tyrese Maxey was getting blitzed so hard in the first quarter, and it was Paul George and Kelly Oubre Jr. who were cashing in threes, and they were making big-time shots, and they just could not be stopped. And then in the second quarter, I noticed that as Karl-Anthony Towns and Ariel Hukporti were getting into foul trouble, the Knicks decided to play a little bit smaller, and it was working for them. Andre Drummond was out there, and the 76ers just had a tougher time stopping OG Anunoby from getting over to the rim, and Jalen Brunson was still tricking up VJ Edgecombe, getting him on skates a little bit at times, and making some really good moves. So my question becomes, in this second half here, depending on how things go for their centers, because, again, there's no Mitchell Robinson tonight, Ariel Hukporti and Karl-Anthony Towns are in foul trouble. Does Mike Brown continue to go to a small guard lineup? Is my question. That's something that we'll just have to wait and see. And if so, how will the 76ers defend that? I am a little bit shocked that Dominic Barlow wasn't out there at times. And maybe he comes on in during the second half here, because when they have a guy like OG Anunoby playing at the center position, you might want to try to get somebody a little bit smaller just to guard him. I have been very shocked with what I've seen from the play from Adem Bona and Andre Drummond, because overall, this is a lot better than what I expected. They're playing very well. They're getting rebounds. Adem Bona had a couple of beautiful chase down blocks, including one against Mikal Bridges, where he just slapped it right from behind him and just did an awesome job at giving the Sixers another set of mojo. He gave them swag. I thought that the bench was a big spark plug, and Adem Bona was the guy that really fed into the second chance opportunities, that fed into the runs that they went on. He gave them very valuable minutes, and he wasn't fouling much up until the end of the second quarter. So when did they go to him? Because he was giving you really good energy in that first half, and that is a big plus. That's beyond what I expected. But now Nick Nurse has to get creative here in the second half. He does. What are the Knicks going to do to try to neutralize Tyrese Maxey now? And are they going to say, you know what, we're going to blitz Tyrese Maxey again, and we'll see if Paul George is able to knock down shots and see if anybody else can beat us? Because that strategy is going to be very interesting. But no, I am happy with how overall things went in the first quarter. I asked them in this game, can you keep it close? Can you lay everything out there on the court? And the answer to that has been yes. If they win this game, we'll be very happy. But just fight. Just scratch and claw and make us believe. Bench production tonight. Let's talk about that. Besides Adem Bona, Quentin Grimes has played pretty good basketball too. I know that he's a -3, but he has had a couple of really good defensive plays. He's been really good on defense against Jalen Brunson. The problem with Quentin Grimes is that when he's forced to make decisions, how does he make the reads? And sometimes he had a couple of bad reads. He did. And that was not good. I did not like the foul that Adem Bona had at the end there in that second quarter after VJ made a phenomenal three, a much-needed three. There was no need for that little push that he gave to Jalen Brunson. There was no need for that. None. I understand you have to be ready to get the rebound, but you also have to remember, like, you can't do those little things because that's going to get you into trouble. It just is. These refs have been so annoying. Just a side topic here, on both ends. I will admit there have been some bad foul calls on the 76ers that the Knicks should not have had to deal with. But there have been fouls that the 76ers should not have had to deal with either. It has been a very bad officiated game on both ends. And so both teams have had to deal with that too. These referees really have gotten into the way. Someone like the technical foul that was called on Josh Hart, ridiculous. And can we talk about that flagrant foul? Because that was not a flagrant foul. Are you kidding me? Kelly Oubre Jr., first and foremost, Karl Anthony Towns elbowed Andre Drummond right in the stomach. That's an offensive foul. And you're going to tell me that when Kelly Oubre comes up from behind, slaps him, just gets a little piece at the face, just a little piece, that you're going to call that a flagrant foul? It was soft. That's what it was. It wasn't like that he was intentionally trying to go for his face. He was trying to swat the ball away. And it just so happened that he got him just slightly on the right side of the face. Just ever so slightly. I mean, come on. And like I said, I will say this again. There should not have been a technical foul called on Josh Hart. And Tyrese Maxey pushed off a couple of times. That should have probably, I guess, been a foul call too. But that hasn't been called in the playoffs. It just hasn't. It hasn't gone the Sixers' way. Jaylen Brown was getting so many non-calls on those push-offs that he had. I'm happy that they've been consistent with that. But it's just been a bad officiated game. Got to call it like it is. The Sixers started off shooting 7 for 10 from 3. And ever since then, they were 1 for their last 7, and the 1-3 was made by VJ Edgecombe. You saw Paul George chucking up a couple of threes in that second quarter. every time Paul George is taking a three, there has to be a reason for it. When he's just chucking them up and his feet are not set, you're like, that's probably not going to go in. If it goes in, wow. But usually Paul George, when he takes a three, you know if it's probably going to go in or when it's not going to go in. And when you just see him working around the screen set from Andre Drummond and he strokes that up and he holds his pose, you're just like, that's going on in. There's no way that that's not going to go in. But the refs have not been good in this game. Adem Bona has 7 rebounds. Josh Hart has been neutralized, and I got to give the 76ers a lot of credit because that guy hustles. That guy gets so many rebounds, and the 76ers have done an excellent, and I mean an excellent job matching up their athleticism against him. So they got to keep that up. They do. And I'm curious to see how they do in this second half here. Maxey turned the ball over a couple of times. He got off to a cold start, and people want to say that, well, Tyrese Maxey had a very cold first quarter, and that was because he was getting swarmed left and right from like 3 different Knicks players. Bridges was on him. OG Anunoby was on him, and he just could not find a way. Every single time that he got the ball, it was like the Red Sea was coming right to him, you know? Like, he was being put in jail tonight in that first quarter. But he snapped out of it in the second, and that was because Paul George was making some really good plays, and the Knicks decided to go with Deuce McBride, and guess what? Maxey tried to attack that, and he attacked his opponent and did a much better job. We're ready to start off the second half right now. The Philadelphia 76ers are back in action. There's Mikal Bridges talking to Tyrese Maxey, and we should be ready to go. But yes, overall, grades on the first half, chat. Let me know what you have to say about that down below. Yasirski is here. What's going on, Yasirski? How you doing? Eric says, let's go. Let's go, baby. Come on, man. Let's go. Good stuff. All right, Tyrese Maxey has the rock. Sixers did not win the jump ball. Therefore, they have the ball to start off the third quarter. It's Edgecombe back over to George for 3. George can't knock it down. Drummond tries to get the rebound, and it bounces off of his left knee. He could not hang on to it. And it'll be New York Knicks basketball. Sixers only up by 1 point. The lineup for the Knicks, it's Anunoby, it's Towns, it's Hart, it's Bridges, and Brunson. Brunson leads the way with 16 points. Here's a nice little pass that goes over to Mikal Bridges, and Bridges lays it up and lays it on in, and the New York Knicks take the lead 63-62. What a pass by Karl Anthony Towns. He had eyes behind his head. Maxey and the Sixers going from right to left. It's Maxey again, getting over to the foul line extended, bouncing it over to VJ Edgecombe, and Edgecombe tried to go up against Mikal Bridges, and we have an offensive foul called on VJ for the little push-off that he had. And Edgecombe gets called for his 3rd personal foul, I believe. Is that 3 on VJ? And they call it 2. That's right, because he had 1 bad foul, it was a shooting foul earlier in the first half. So that's his 2nd personal foul. We have another foul called on Philadelphia. Looked like Karl Anthony Towns got the inbound pass, and another whistle was called. The ball actually went on out of bounds. It was last touched by the 76ers. Mikal Bridges looking to inbound it over to the top of the key to Jalen Brunson. Brunson for 2. Good defense by VJ. There you go. You finally get a stop there. That's nice. Andre Drummond crashes the glass for Philadelphia. And it's Maxey getting blitzed by the Knicks defense again. Oubre to Edgecombe for a 3. And Edgecombe cashes it in and gives the Sixers a 2-point lead. VJ from the near corner. It's Josh Hart with a handoff pass over to Karl Anthony Towns. Bridges tries to attack, goes up for a 2 inside. No! Great defense by Paul George, stopping Bridges in his tracks. And Maxey has it. Maxey to Drummond. Drummond to the outside to Edgecombe. They'll swing it over to Paul George, who wants to cross over against Josh Hart. And we have another whistle called. Josh Hart gets called for another personal foul. And that's his second personal foul of the game. Just 2 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists from Josh Hart. Did he push him a little bit? I think he did. Sixers tried to inbound it, and the ball went out of Andre Drummond's hands, and we're going to have a turnover on Philadelphia. 65-63, the Knicks are down by 2. OG inbounds it to JB. And Brunson will be guarded again by VJ Edgecombe. A screen comes. Brunson decides not to use it. He'll hand it off instead to Josh Hart. Edgecombe switches up on him. Towns for 3. It's up, and he cashes it in at the top of the key over Andre Drummond. 66-65. New York up by 1. Karl Anthony Towns making his first 3 of the game. Maxey over to Oubre. Kelly Oubre Jr. knifes his way down the lane. Off balance floater. No. And Drummond tips it up and in again. Andre Drummond there to the rescue. And the Sixers are back up by 1. Bridges, a corner 3. Not that time. George catches his miss. The Sixers push the tempo forward. A handoff to VJ Edgecombe. And another pass that goes to Tyrese Maxey's way. Maxey over Jalen Brunson. Goes up with a 2. And connects with the little layup inside. The Tyrese Maxey providing some dance moves over Jalen Brunson. They got him to play defense, and it worked right there. Hart on the perimeter, and he's guarded by Tyrese Maxey. Dribbles with the left hand. Gives it over to Anunoby for a 3. It's short. Bridges, offensive rebound. And he's able to provide a 6-foot jump shot, and that's good. George inbounded it over to Maxey. Almost overthrew it, but Maxey picks it up. Gets it past center court. Maxey to George for 3. It's up. It's in. George goes falling down. And the Sixers lead it by 4 points. No foul was called there. Towns on the little pick and roll goes up for a 2, puts it up, puts it in, and he'll go to the line for 1 more. They're trying to get Karl Anthony Towns involved in the offense a little bit more, and Andre Drummond is issued his 3rd personal foul of the game. 72-70. Look at Towns. He had a little pump fake there, and then was just able to attack, get on by Drummond, and also get fouled from behind on the left elbow. And he says 1, 2, 3. And the free throw is up, and he connects the dots. 72-71. Sixers lead it by 1 point. They've scored 10 in this 3rd quarter so far. Both teams, that is. Maxey gets it for Philadelphia. Dumps it off to Paul George. Drummond with the screen. George rolling back outside to Oubre. Pump fakes on the 3. And Oubre downhill. Lays it up and lays it on him with the left hand. The soft touch and the beautiful roll that he got there. Kelly is now 5 for 9 from the field. He has 12 points. Towns on the attack. Goes up with a 2 inside, and he's fouled. They're trying to get Karl Anthony Towns involved more into the action. That ball went in between the shot clock and the backboard. He put it in a good spot. Obviously not the spot that he wanted. And Andre Drummond in more foul trouble. Maxey hands the basketball remover up to Drummond. He tried to poke it. The first time it went back on in. The second time he's still poking it. And it's still going back in. It's still stuck. And then Towns is like, let me try. And Towns just jabs up at it, and it just goes over the basket, and it finally comes back down to earth. So the next player had the edge over Andre Drummond with that. Towns sharing some laughs with Andre Drummond. And Towns heads to the line. He'll shoot a pair of foul shots. This game's going to come down to defense and rebounding. It is. It's going to come down to the both of those things. Foul shot number 1. Karl Anthony Towns able to connect. 16 points for Cat. In the last game that he played, he had 17. And that was in 20 minutes against Philadelphia. Let's go 76ers. Second foul shot by Towns is up, and it's in. Pitch and change Alvarado. Okay. I don't need all the updates, Scott. If there's a score change, though, let me know. But I don't need all the updates about the pitch and changes, all that stuff. Maxey over to George. George back to Edgecombe. Edgecombe over at the top of the key. Wants to cross over a couple of times. Steps inside the three-point arc. And ISO's over Hurt. And knocks it down. 3-point lead for Philadelphia. 7:24 to go in quarter number 3. Brunson on the outside. Looking to get it back over towards the logo. And Tyrese Maxey's guarding him. Cat comes up with the ball. He's guarded by Bona. As Drummond is not out there now, and Bona gets called for another foul. So the strategy is that they're bringing Cat in and trying to get him involved more in the offense to try to get the Sixers to foul him more. And Bona gets called for another personal foul. That's his 4th. He has to be careful, too. Brunson inbounds it over to Karl Anthony Towns. Bona has to be careful here. Towns up for a 2. Good. It's been the Karl Anthony Towns show in this third quarter so far. 76-75. Maxey throws it. It's tipped over to Oubre. And now Paul George ISOs, puts up a 3 and hits it right in front of Brunson. He's just so good at making his own shots. He is 5 for 10 from beyond the arc. Here's Towns, who zips it inside. What a pass from Karl Anthony Towns to Mikal Bridges. Sixers only up by 2 with 6:25 to go in the third quarter. 48 points for the Knicks in the paint so far in this game. Sixers just have 22. The ball is slapped over to Kelly Oubre Jr. and Paul George gets called for a foul. That's a loose ball foul on PG, and that's his 3rd personal foul of the ball game. Maxey still has no fouls at all. Edgecombe has 2. Bona has 4. Drummond also has 4 as well. And with that, a Knicks timeout is called. And with that, we'll be right back in just a few moments. I'll tell you one thing, Tyrese Maxey has to definitely cut down on the turnovers because he has just not been so good with that in this second half here. Sixers have also been fouling Karl Anthony Towns as they try to get him more involved in the action, the New York Knicks. And that's been the strategy that's been working for them too. Sixers still have provided 17 points in this third quarter. Paul George has been really good. 19 points, 4 assists, 2 rebounds, but he's been very good on the defensive side as well. All right, let's go. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Can Barlow guard Towns a little bit because Bona has 4 fouls? Got to save Bona for the fourth quarter with 4 fouls. I hear you, man. Hear you loud and clear. Cat looks half asleep. Cat looks half asleep or half asleep. Watch when we get halfway through the fourth and the Knicks play with more effort, says Joe. He's playing pretty well. Yes, keep it close and crank it up in the fourth. Yeah, I'm totally fine with where they are. I want them to be a little bit more aggressive, and I would like to see Tyrese get the ball a little bit more. The Sixers have 4 timeouts left. They have got to be careful with the usage of that. And if they're going to challenge something, they have to be confident that it's going to go their way. But I still feel like that the Knicks have a little bit of the edge, but I'm not counting the 76ers out. I'm just not. I'm not counting them out for sure. Towns had a couple of really nice passes, including one that was right down the lane. Look at Tyrese Maxey picking up VJ Edgecombe saying to get back on offense, and he said, "You got this, brother." It looks like he's getting a little bit frustrated out there too. So the Knicks have the rock. The Knicks have Anunoby, Towns, Hart, Bridges, and Brunson out there. It's a handoff over to Jalen Brunson. Brunson for a 2, puts it up, puts it on in, and we're tied at 79 apiece. Sixers were a little bit behind. Jalen Brunson has 18 points in this game. Towns has 19, Bridges has 16, and Anunoby has 13. George, being guarded by OG, steps back, puts up a tray. It's up. It's way off the mark. And there was no foul called there. It looks like that he got hit in the hand. They didn't call it, though. Bridges got the rebound, and the Knicks will try to get their first lead of the half. Bona guarding Karl Anthony Towns. And Towns goes downhill, swings it outside to Josh Hart. Hart over to Jalen Brunson. 3 seconds left in the shot clock. George guarding him. Brunson for 3. And it goes in and out. Oh, my gosh. That thing almost went on in. And Tyrese Maxey gets the rebound for Philadelphia. The basketball god said no to Jalen Brunson. George is being double-teamed. He finds Grimes in the dunker spot. Why did he pass it? He gives it over to Oubre for 3, and that's no good. What was he doing? He hesitated for just a little second, and Hart gets pushed a little bit from behind, but they didn't call a foul there. Towns pushes off, puts up a 2, and we have another foul called on Bona. And Towns is smiling, and he's going to go to the line. That is the 5th foul. Bona says review it. He says, no, I don't think that's a foul there. Let's look again. A little push off there. I don't know. He got him a little bit on the hand. I hope that they don't review that. Towns is going to go to the line with 4:53 to go in the third. 4 timeouts left for the Sixers and 5 still for New York. Foul shot number 1 from Karl Anthony Towns. He misses the first foul shot. Someone should flop. We need 40 more subs for us to get to 10,000 subscribers. Grimes could not secure that pass. And he has to secure it there because he gets the layup. 4:53 to go in the third quarter of play. Towns at the line for one more, and there is the lead for the Knicks. So Bona has 5 fouls, Drummond has 4. And who's out there now? It's Dominic Barlow. Grimes looking to try to attack downhill, and he'll give it back outside to Tyrese Maxey. Maxey gets a screen from Barlow, gives it back to Dominic Barlow, a handoff to Oubre, and Oubre can't make the shot, but he's fouled. He was met by about 3 Knicks downhill. And the foul is issued on the New York Knicks. 4 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the third quarter. The foul was on Karl Anthony Towns. That's his 4th foul of the game. And he swatted him over on the elbow. So at least they're getting him into foul trouble too. Oubre at the line makes the first foul shot, 80-80 with 4:31 to go. Looks like Landry Shamet's going to step on in, and he will play for Karl Anthony Towns, who now has 4 personals. 16 minutes, 4 fouls for Cats. We're locked in at 80 apiece. What a game so far between the both of these teams. Oubre gives the Sixers the lead.
Excellent.
81-80 Philadelphia. It's Brunson being guarded by Kelly Oubre Jr. Looks like VJ's ready to sub back on into the game. Grimes will foul OG Anunoby. And the Knicks are in the bonus. And they'll have some free throws coming on up. It was a shooting foul on Quentin Grimes. That's his 3rd foul of the game. Sixers are still playing physical. Both teams going back and forth. It's about who has the edge. So far, it's been pretty even on both sides. The foul shot to tie the game is good. Bona on Cat is an automatic foul at this point. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Foul shot number 2, and Anunoby gives the lead back to the Knicks. Lomball is here. What's up, Lomball? Good to see you. 82-81. What a game so far between the both of these teams. Grimes down the lane over Brunson. Looks to try to swing it around the timeline. Hands it off to VJ. Sixers go from right to left. Maxey will cross over, and he'll try to go up against Mikal Bridges. Maxey gets it swatted away from behind, and a nice steal by Mikal Bridges. The ball was lost. Bridges got the steal. And also Anunoby stripped it from behind. It's Barlow playing defense all over Jalen Brunson. Brunson takes it towards the left side of the elbow. Back over to Shamet downhill. Shamet over to Josh Hart. And Hart gets called for a travel. And a bad turnover there for the New York Knicks. And Hart's not happy. That was not a good turnover at all. He picked up his pivot foot and he traveled with the basketball. 3:45 to go. Sixers trying to catch lightning in a bottle. Maxey has been scoreless pretty much in this 3rd quarter so far. Grimes will pass it over to Maxey, but we have an illegal screen called on Dominic Barlow and another turnover. Barlow tried to set a pick for Tyrese Maxey. It did not work out there. And an illegal screen, and he shakes his head and has to get back on defense. Turnover after turnover. 3:33 to go in this 3rd quarter. And Jalen Brunson has the rock again. Brunson has 18 points. He's 6 for 15 from the field. He'll cross over against Dominic Barlow, pass it over to Anunoby, and Anunoby goes down the lane over Paul George. And the Knicks are able to get another 3 points. Another 2 points, I should say. They lead it by 3, 84-81. OG Anunoby is 7 for 12 from the field. Edgecombe will pass it over to Maxey. Maxey back over to Grimes on the attack. Grimes to Barlow. Barlow with a dunk and a flush as well. What a nice little handoff pass right behind him. Grimes had eyes behind his back, some snake eyes too. And Barlow just right there at the right time. 84-83. The 3 seed playing the 7 seed. But it's Jalen Brunson for a 2. Good defense by Barlow on the layup. Grimes secures it and gets the ball stripped, but comes back up with the basketball. The ball was stripped by Josh Hart. It's Tyrese Maxey over at the logo. Now in between the circles. Wants to cross up against Brunson. Throws it over to Barlow. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Maxey over to Barlow. Back to Grimes. Wide open 3 for Edgecombe. Yes! Oh, yes, baby! Great basketball there from Philadelphia. VJ Edgecombe knocks down the open tray from the far corner, and he's shooting 75% from downtown. The Knicks again going from left to right. Brunson crosses over against Barlow. Tries to go down inside. Passes it over to OG Anunoby, and Paul George is called again with another foul. but I believe that we have a timeout called too with 1:49 to go in this third quarter of action. So Paul George now has 4 personal fouls. He has got to be careful. But VJ Edgecombe knocking down open buckets, and the Sixers are able to make the New York Knicks pay as they lead it by 2. What a game. Caleb's here. What's up, Caleb? There are no bad turnovers for the Knicks. Every New York Knicks turnover is good. I hear you, man. Good to see you on here, my guy. Embiid out, Drummond and Bona are in foul trouble. Let's go. 3J Edgecombe, baby. This is a great game. Good for them for staying in this. Cheers, everybody. Big shift there from Dominic Barlow, too. After not playing at all in the first half, this guy was staying ready for the moment, and he's been really good. Really, really good so far. That was a tough foul on PG. Yeah. These referees are just on both sides. I'm telling you, it's been not a fun game when you just take a look at it from both perspectives, man. Marsh gave the Phillies an RBI single, and they lead it 5-3. Let's go, Brandon Marsh. I just got the update on the phone. But Barlow is clamping Jalen Brunson on the switches, and that's been a good adjustment. Let's go. Brandon Marsh for MVP. At this point, MVP Brandon Marsh. I gotta call him MVP Marsh. It's crazy. That's unbelievable. I love how they're switching on the pick and rolls with Dominic Barlow in this game. And he's staying on Jalen Brunson. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Mountain Man Marsh. It's awesome. Another 3-hit game for MVP Marsh. That's what we're going to call him now. Sovereign says, I don't care about the Phillies. Well, that's okay. We care about the Phillies. You don't have to care, though. That's fine. We covered the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Eagles on this channel. So we'll be back with the Phillies tomorrow night, of course. Obviously, got to cover a playoff game for the 76ers. What's up, Greg? How you doing? How you doing, my guy? Good to see you on here. We are 40 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers, chat. 40 subs away. Keep hitting the thumbs up button. Keep subscribing to the channel, mods. Let me know how we're doing on the views and on the likes. How many people are tuning on in? How many people have hit the thumbs up button? Let's take a sip of water again. Cheers, chat. What a game. We still have a full fourth quarter left to go. Tyrese has 21 points and 5 assists. Brunson has 18 points and 5 assists. Sixers called for a timeout. They only have 3 left. Anunoby's going to go to the line for 2 free throws. The first one, he knocks it down and makes it 86-85. OG Anunoby is a foul shooter this year, is shooting 82% from the line, and he ties the game again for the Knicks. We're locked in the 86 apiece. See a couple of Sixers fans out at MSG. That's good. Oubre will hand it off over to VJ Edgecombe. A bad turnover there. Josh Hart comes up with the basketball. Don't know what that was. Bridges over to Brunson. Brunson for 3. Uh-oh, no good, though. And an offensive rebound by OG Anunoby. A step back three from McBride. That's no good. Anunoby again with another offensive rebound. They're hustling. And Jalen Brunson has life for the New York Knicks. Anunoby with a tray. He backs up and knocks it down. Anunoby with a couple of big-time offensive rebounds. And he gets rewarded with a three. And Madison Square Garden on his feet again. Maxey over at the Knicks logo dumps it off to Oubre. Edgecombe gives it over to Grimes. Grimes hands it off to Barlow, and Barlow throws it down again. Josh Hart's grabbing onto his inner part of his leg, and he'll try to jog it off. And it's Miles McBride who has the rock. Barlow having some impactful minutes. Love what they're able to run with him out there on the court. It's McBride trying to go downhill, looking to try to pass it off to somebody. Bridges for two, denied by Maxey. Tyrese Maxey from behind swats the ball away and gets a block. And so we have Quentin Grimes attacking downhill, and he goes up with a shot, and another foul called on OG Anunoby. Look at number 0 playing incredible defense. And Hart is still squinting, and he's grabbing onto that thumb of his. He says, man, that thing really hurts. He's squinting his eyes. Look at Tyrese Maxey on defense. Who says that Tyrese Maxey can't play defense? Grimes is at the line. He'll shoot a pair of foul shots. This is for the tie, and Grimes ties it up at 89 apiece. We continue to ride the seesaw. Trainer is putting pressure on that thumb of his, Josh Hart. Landry Shamet will enter on into the game. And we have a timeout taken with 30.2 seconds left to go in this third quarter. Sixers playing some really strong defense. And that has been awesome. VJ is going to be a problem for a long time in this league, says Long Ball. Whew. What a game, man. What a game. They're playing loose. They're playing with fire. They feel like that they're just having fun out there. They really are. Sixers are not going to stop. They're playing really, really well, guys. I don't like the seesaw. Guys, if you were to tell me that the 76ers would be without Joel Embiid and it would be tied at 89, like, be realistic with me. Do you think that they would actually, like, do you think I would have been crazy for that? I wanted them to keep it close, and they've done that. They've done everything I've asked so far. CJ Abrams just hit a grand slam. Wow. Hello, JJ. What's up, Jorge? How you doing, my friend? So Josh Hart hurt his thumb, it looked like. And Grimes is going to go to the line for one more. Hart is over on the bench. This will give the Sixers the lead. It's up, and it's good. Good shot by Quentin Grimes.
Excellent.
They've won without Embiid, yeah, but Embiid makes them better. He just does. Jalen Brunson has the rock over at the Knicks logo. And Brunson looks to try to get the screen set from OG Anunoby, and he throws it over to McBride. McBride on the left side of the wing gets called for a travel, and it's Sixers basketball. Miles McBride has not even scored in this game. If you were to tell me that, I would have called you crazy because he's their best guy off the bench. And Barlow goes back to the bench and gets high fives. He played really well. I want to see him out there a little bit in the fourth quarter. I really do. 90-89. It looks like that Jeremy Sochan is going to step back on in with the last 8.2 seconds to go. It'll be Oubre who's going to inbound it over to Tyrese Maxey. The shot clock's unplugged. Maxey at the logo. Gets down the lane. Floater inside. No. And it's rebounded by Bridges, and Bridges with a three-quarters court shot. Wouldn't have counted anyways. And we're going to go into the fourth quarter. The 76ers are still up by 1. Each team put up 28 points in the third, and we still got 1 full quarter left to go. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, folks. If you are new to the channel, my name is Jason Joseph, and this is Play by Play with JJ. We go on for Sixers basketball, we go on for Phillies baseball, and we go on for Eagles football as well. What a ball game. It's been back and forth, it's been scrappy, it's been just a battle on both ends. A classic Sixers-Knicks game. Continue the fight. Continue the fight. Anunoby has 22 points. He only has 3 rebounds. And Anunoby's a guy who this year has averaged 5.2 rebounds a game. We've seen him get 10 rebounds, though, in a game. A couple of times this year. We've seen Mikal Bridges only get 4 rebounds. And the shocking part is that Miles McBride has no points off the Knicks bench. And also, the other thing that's also shocking, too, is that Josh Hart has 2 points in 32 minutes, and he just has 5 rebounds. He's been erased in every single facet of this game. He really has. Also has 5 assists as well. Karl Anthony Towns, 20 points in 16 minutes. They tried to get him involved a little bit more in the third quarter. And he's also 7 for 9 from the line. Has 5 assists and 1 rebound as well. Brunson has 18 points. He's turned the ball over twice. Has 6 assists, but no rebounds in this game. None at all whatsoever. Oh, man. Thank you, Rest for Another Travel. Rainstorm's here. What's up, Rainstorm? How you doing? Good to see you on here. They have won without Joel before, but it's not easy. It makes it a lot tougher when you are missing an MVP caliber player on your team. It just does. 22 points for OG Anunoby and 21 for Tyrese Maxey. And to be completely honest with you, it really hasn't felt like it's been a Tyrese Maxey takeover game. Like, he had a nice second quarter. He was very quiet, though, in the third, and really didn't put up much in the first. So, Paul George has been making a lot of noise. Oubre had himself a nice first quarter. Edgecombe starting to knock down shots. He's making some good plays, too. Maxey's been turning the ball over, though, 5 times. That's not like Tyrese. And Edgecombe has turned the ball over 4 times. So, and the Sixers bench has been very, very thin. Got some good play from Barlow. Got some good play from Bona for the most part. And Grimes, he's been okay. Hasn't been great. Hasn't been bad. He's been okay so far. 7-time All-Star, you're definitely not more bad without. You're definitely not more bad with him. For sure. Oh, man. Let's go. All right, 90-89. Let's go. We got one more full quarter left to go, and we got a post-game show after this too, chat. Okay, so we start off the fourth quarter, and it's Jose Alvarado who's going to bounce it over to Karl Anthony Towns, but it's stolen by Paul George. Bad pass by Alvarado, and the Sixers get a big steal there. George wanting to try to take on Karl Anthony Towns. He'll ISO. He'll step back from the elbow, and the two-point shot will not fall. Bridges climbs up the ladder and gets himself his 5th rebound of the basketball game. So again, the Knicks are going from left to right. The Sixers are going from right to left. Towns dumps it off over to Deuce McBride. McBride crosses on over, steps back for a 3 over Grimes. In and out it goes. It's just not been his night. George gets the rebound, dumps it off to Maxey. And an outlet pass to VJ Edgecombe over at the Knicks logo. Sixers get it into the front court. Barlow with a pick. Edgecombe goes down the lane. Pick and roll offense. Barlow for 2. It's over Miles McBride. 92-89. 6 minutes, 6 points for Dominic Barlow. He is 3 for 3 from the field and has been doing an awesome job. The ball gets stripped. Josh Hart tries to hand it off over to Alvarado, and it's going to go into the backcourt, and it goes out of bounds in Sixers territory. And it'll be Philadelphia basketball. 3-point lead for Philadelphia, and the Sixers playing very scrappy basketball. They're doing an excellent job. Maxey will look to inbound it over to George on the near corner and give it back to the top of the key to Quentin Grimes. And now it's Maxey being guarded by Mikal Bridges. He gets a switch. Edgecombe to Barlow. Back outside to Grimes. One more to George. A corner three. Not that time. Edgecombe gets the offensive board. And the Sixers have life again. VJ Edgecombe over at the nail getting the rebound. It's Maxey off balance for two. Not that time. He goes falling down like a domino, and Towns passes it. Bad pass there. Alvarado can't hang on to it, and Grimes gets the steal. Towns tried to zip it all the way past half court, and that was over to Alvarado. Bad pass, though. George to Maxey for three, and Maxey can't knock down the tray. He was left wide open, and the rebound belongs to Josh Hart. Towns with a handoff to McBride. Another three-point shot, and we're tied. Miles McBride got a little bit of daylight and was able to swish it from the right side of the wing. We're locked in at 92. That's his first 3 points of the ball game. Maxey's been cold. Maxey trying to conduct the traffic here, and now as Alvarado on him, gives it over to Paul George, who's being locked up by Josh Hart, and gets out of the corner. Wants to try to back him down. Puts up a reverse jump shot, and that one won't go, and Towns grabs another rebound. He's been very good off the glass for the New York Knicks. Hart on the left wing of the three-point line, passes it around the timeline. It's Bridges who has the ball, and a whistle called against Philadelphia. It's on Quentin Grimes. It's a personal foul. That was off the ball. So the Knicks have put up 3 points. The 76ers have put up 2 so far in this fourth quarter. It's been a very physical defensive quarter. Jalen Brunson is going to step in for Mikal Bridges. Jose Alvarado will take a seat, and OG Anunoby will replace him. We've seen Karl Anthony Towns be more aggressive on the glass. Towns gets the inbound pass, and Paul George is on him. Not a good matchup if you're Paul George. He'll try to elbow Paul George and go up with a 2 and grab his own offensive rebound. George tries to go for the steal. The ball goes out of bounds, and Towns says that George touched it last. George thought that it was off of Karl Anthony Towns, wanted to challenge it. Nick Nurse is like, what are you doing? Get back on defense. And here's a shot that goes up for the New York Knicks on the inbound pass. The shot won't go. The tip by McBride goes in the hands of Paul George, who was right there for the rebound. Maxey, ISO, baseline J, connects the dots. Right off the dribble, Miles McBride was on him, and he leaned over towards that left side, and it worked. Brunson on the attack, goes up for a 2, and we're tied again at 94 apiece. Back and forth we go. It's a game of tennis. And 8:25 left to be played in the fourth quarter. 20 points for Jalen Brunson. He has 6 dimes as well. He's made 7 field goals on 18 tries. Maxey back over to VJ Edgecombe, and Grimes now on the attack over on the left baseline, and he'll drop it off inside to Edgecombe, who tries to finish for a 2, and great defense by OG Anunoby. It's now 4-on-4 ball. Sixers have got to hustle, get back on the defensive side. Anunoby with a layup inside. That's up, and that's in. 96-94. Knicks fans on their feet again, and 7:50 to go in the fourth quarter. It's just back and forth, and we have just been riding the seesaw, and we have another timeout taken by Philadelphia. They got to be careful. They only have 2 left after this with 7:47 to go. I don't really like the usage of the timeout there. It has to be worth it. We only have 2 left, and there's still 7:47 to go. Got to be careful. Come on. We ain't done yet. Notice no transition buckets for the Knicks tonight. Absolutely, you're right. go, man. Let's go. Long ball still here. He says, ring the bell. Crank it up, baby. Come on. Come on, man. Is it raining? It's not raining threes in this game. No, absolutely not. The Sixers were making it rain from downtown, but and that was only in the first half, really. Sixers were 7 for 10 from 3 to start off the game, but they've sort of cooled off ever since. They are 5 for their last 16 from downtown. The Knicks are 6 for 22. They really have not shot the ball well from beyond the arc. Everything was going on in the first game. Sixers are actually out-rebounded the New York Knicks, but the difference has been the Sixers have turned the ball over 16 times. That's been the difference of this game so far, and that's why the Knicks are up by 2. But this game is definitely winnable. It is. It's still within reach. They can go on a run, and this is a different game, you know? It's been a really good game, man. Did the Phillies win? Did the Philadelphia Phillies win? Was the question in the chat. They were up 5-3 the last time that I had an update, and they won 6-3. Another W for this baseball team. They are rolling, man. They're playing really, really good baseball. Nice. 42 more till 10K. It was up a little bit higher, but I think that we had some bots that were, that unsubscribed. I think that's sometimes that's like what happens. You lose subscribers because YouTube does, they detect bots or whatever. So it is what it is, though. 96-94. No Joel Embiid. No Mitchell Robinson. And the Sixers are down by 2. Only have 2 timeouts left. The Knicks have 4. OG Anunoby for the Knicks has 24 points. Jalen Brunson in this ball game so far has put up a total of, excuse me, 1 second. There it is. He's put up a total of 20 points. And he is 7 for 18 from the field. So that's good. Still time left. I'm happy with the effort. Josh Hart only has 2 points. He's cooled off. Michael also has 16. Hasn't really been as much of a factor defensively today. OG Anunoby, though, has been the difference maker of this game. He has. He's played some big-time minutes for them. All right, here is Maxey, who will hand it off over to Barlow. Barlow back over to VJ, and now it's Paul George getting involved in the action. George, baseline J, no good. Rebounded by Josh Hart. That was the shot that they wanted. That was not a good play call. Didn't like that at all. Jalen Brunson gets it over at the half-court logo of the New York Knicks, and the Knicks are going from left to right. Brunson throws it away, goes off of Towns' hands. Edgecombe to Oubre for 2, and a foul called on OG. And it'll be Oubre who will muster up 2 free throws at the charity stripe. And that's another foul on Anunoby. That's his 4th. It's actually his 3rd, excuse me. 24 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 fouls. Oubre at the line, swishes the first free throw. 1 more to lock it up at 96. Towns has 4 fouls. Anunoby has 3. Hart also has 3. And Huck Porty has 4 as well. Oubre for the tie. Bingo!
Excellent.
There have been 13 ties and 23 lead changes in this game. Brunson being guarded by Edgecombe. Zips it outside to Anunoby. Denied by Barlow. Edgecombe gets the board. Great defense by Barlow. Maxey on the attack. He'll zip it outside to Oubre for 3. That's good. Kelly Oubre Jr. with a bullseye. 99-96. Great defense leading the great offense for Philadelphia. and Brunson has the ball again, being guarded heavily like a tag from VJ Edgecombe, and it's Towns at the top of the key being guarded by Paul George. Towns wants to zip it over to OG Anunoby. Anunoby back outside to Hart for the tie, and Josh Hart ties it back at 99. He made the shot, and that's just what he does. He crushes the 76ers, and Josh Hart ties this baby up. It's Maxey back over to Paul George over on the left corner, and he's being guarded heavily again by Josh Hart. George down the baseline, zips it outside to Edgecombe for three, and that's a little too strong. Towns gets the rebound. It was a good look. Sixers not able to cash it on in. Brunson dribbles with the right hand. Knicks again, once again, are going from left to right. They'll hand it off to Towns. Towns with a layup inside. Great defense by Oubre. And here is a rebound by Kelly and a handoff to Maxey over on the left wing. Tyrese over on the left baseline now, being guarded by Deuce McBride. Wants to try to post him up. Almost lost the ball. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. He's at the three-point line. He'll cross over three times. Back to Oubre. Another three. Not that time. Edgecombe can't get the rebound there. And it's OG Anunoby who comes back up with it for New York. 5:20 to go in the fourth quarter of action. Just 2 timeouts left for Philadelphia and 4 for the New York Knicks. 5:13 to go. All eyes on Jalen Brunson being guarded by Dominic Barlow. Brunson crosses over. Step back 2 for Jalen. And that's up and in. And the Knicks take the lead. 101-99. What a shot by Jalen Brunson. And he gets back on defense. 22 points for JB. And it's Maxey again being blitzed. We'll give it over to Oubre. Oubre downhill to Barlow. Barlow spinning around. And he's being guarded by OG. Gives it back to Edgecombe for a corner three. And no good that time. Oh, I thought he had it. BJ just not able to cash in on the three. Jalen Brunson has the rock again. Sixers have got to get a stop here. 4:30 left to go in the fourth quarter. Knicks fans rising on their feet. Brunson being guarded by Dominic Barlow. It's Brunson for 2. A step back. Jay, he airballed it. And Oubre comes up with the board. That was clutch. Oubre got the rebound. A handoff to Maxey. Maxey down the lane. Layup inside. Not that time. And Barlow tips it out over to Paul George. George to Maxey. 3. It's up. No good. And the ball's battered again. And Towns comes up with the rebound. They've both been scratching. They've been clawing. And a timeout taken by the New York Knicks. What a sequence of events out in MSG. Man, thought that Maxey could cash in that open three, just a bit off the mark. And Edgecombe had a chance to try to make a shot too, and it did not go on in. The Knicks are up by 2, and New York takes a timeout. They have 3 left. Josh Hart's a terrible shooter, but every time he faces the Sixers, it's just a hit to face. Oh, man, he has that Villanova Wildcat energy. Ew. I like the Wildcats, but not when they're playing against my Sixers. Can't miss wide open threes in these moments, man. Letting them off the hook. That's right, RB. RB is right. Tell you what, Barlow's playing great defense on Jalen Brunson. He is. They just have got to get these buckets down the stretch. They're just not executing. We can't make these wide open shots. These are really good play calls. These are really good shots that they're getting. They're just not knocking them down. And that's the name of the game. It ain't done, though. It's not done. Sixers have only put up 9 points in this fourth quarter. The Knicks have put up 12. Very hard fought. Very hard fought game. This is reminding me of Game 2 of Flyers Hurricanes. Really. same thing. Well-fought games. Scratching and clawing until the very, very end. But hopefully, the difference in this one is that they come out on top. I'm going to take a sip of water. Probably need that for my voice. Okay. It's a long time out. It's like time stands still. Guys, if you are new to my channel, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Hit the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button as well. There we go. That's better. Paul George is 19. Oubre is 19. Maxey is 23. Edgecombe is 17. And those are your leaders in the scoring department tonight for Philadelphia. And Anunoby is 24. Towns is 20. Brunson is 22 as well. Mikal Bridges is not back in the game, which I wanted to make sure that I noted that. All right. So Brunson is going to inbound the basketball for the New York Knicks, and Edgecombe will guard the inbound pass. Brunson gives it over to OG, and a handoff back to Jalen Brunson. Brunson guarded over at the logo. Barlow switches up on him. Brunson, what's he going to do? Gets over to the foul line, dumps or gets over to a two-point shot and puts it up and turns around and makes the two. It's 103-99. 3:40 left to go in the fourth quarter. Maxey has it over at the Knicks logo. It's the largest lead of the game for the New York Knicks. Maxey to Edgecombe over on the quarter. Edgecombe again at the Madison Square Garden sign. And what is VJ going to do? He'll look to take a three. Edgecombe with a tray. That was not a good shot, and Josh Hart comes away with the rebound. 103-99. They forced him to take a bad shot there, and we have another timeout called with 3:14 to go. The Knicks will try to draw up a play here, and the Sixers have got to really lock on the defensive side. Look at that turnaround jump shot from Jalen Brunson. That's just pure skill. Just pure skill. And that's just what a superstar does. You can't guard that. You just can't guard that. When he is getting over to his sweet spot, getting right behind the foul line into the semicircle, and he just spins around, does a 180, and Barlow thinks he's going to go to his left, but he goes to his right instead and backpedals and steps back and hits a two, and it's nothing but net. Yeah, good luck. Good luck guarding that. You just got to pray that it misses. Went to Legoland today. Not all it's hyped to be. Oh, so you were out of the hospital today. That's good. That's good, my friend. Why can't we make wide open shots? I don't have the answer to that. Don't have the answer. Oh, man. Folks, once again, my name is Jason Joseph, and this is Play by Play with JJ. We have a post-game show after this. Make sure that you guys stay on for that. Make sure that you stay on for that. We got 172 people watching. Let's get 172 likes. We're at 97. Okay. Got to play defense. Bridges will inbound it over to Brunson. And here is Brunson being guarded by VJ Edgecombe. Sixers trap. They have Josh Hart now with the ball, but he lost it. He still comes up with it, though. And Anunoby for two. Denied by Paul George. And Anthony Towns gets the rebound. Bridges, 2 seconds left on the shot clock for two, and he somehow got it to go. That was clutch. 105-99. Sixers played great defense. And then the New York Knicks, who've now been on a 9-0 run, have just had the momentum. It's Maxey who gets it downhill. He lost the ball. And Josh Hart comes away with the steal. Brunson got his hand in the cookie jar. Hart is looking to try to pass it off to somebody. Sixers are trapping him very, very well. Hart is there's a whistle called. And the Knicks will take a timeout with 2:31 to go. They only have one left. Man, oh man, they've been slowing this game down. 105-99. Sixers did a good job trapping, but just an excellent play from Mikal Bridges. Look, he went over towards his left. He backed up over Oubre and just backpedaled and hit nothing but net on that shot. 105-99, and another TO taken by Mike Brown. The Knicks have outscored the Sixers 16-9, and they've played really good defense. They really have. They played very strong defense. Man, I got a post-game show after this. You'll hear all my thoughts. You will hear all my thoughts. Because I have my own views on this. I really do. They're fighting really hard. They are. It's a 9-0 run. That's what I just said. Another loss for the 76ers. Going to have to bounce back. Yeah, the game's not over yet. It's only a 6-point game, and there's 2 minutes and 31 seconds. It's not going their way now. Who says that it can't go their way within the last couple of minutes here? It's not looking good. But it is what it is. All right, so they got to guard the inbound pass here. Oubre, Maxey, Edgecombe, George, and Barlow are out there as the 5. Bridges will inbound it over to Josh Hart. Hart's being guarded by Barlow, and now it's VJ Edgecombe who steps up over on Brunson over at the logo. They trap him. The ball gets stolen away, and Barlow comes up with it. Sixers, are they going to call for a timeout? They get the timeout granted. 105-99 with 2:19 left to go. They trapped Brunson. He dribbled it, and then it went off of his face, and Barlow just dove for the fumble. Here we go. That was big. And a timeout by Philadelphia. They have 1 left. BW Reed, thank you so much. I appreciate you. We're not done yet, chat. We're not done. You know, I was listening to Knicks Film School the other day, and somebody super chatted them, and they said, you know, the Knicks really haven't been tested in a little bit of time. And the question that they had was, can the Knicks close out games? And this is a moment where we get to see if the 76ers can scratch and claw here. This is a big moment. Sixers only have 1 timeout left. The Knicks have 1 timeout left. 14 minutes for Barlow. He has 6 points. He's 3 for 3 from the field. He's been making a huge impact. And he's been really awesome for the Sixers. The inbound pass goes to Dominic Barlow, and they'll give it over to Paul George. George to Edgecombe over at the logo. Another bounce pass that goes to Paul George's way. George to Barlow again. Barlow throws it, and the ball goes out of bounds, and it's going to be Knicks ball. What was Barlow doing? 2:08 to go. Brunson gets the inbound pass. That was a bad turnover by Dominic Barlow. I don't know what he was thinking there. Jalen Brunson gets it, and now he's trapped over at the logo again. Towns to Deuce McBride for a 3. In and out it goes. George gets the rebound. The door's not closed yet. It's Maxey who has it. Maxey lost the ball, but there's a foul called. It'll be on the floor. It will be on the floor. That 3 really could have put the game pretty much to bed. Barlow tried to make a bounce pass to Oubre to cut to the basket, but it was just off towards the left side. That's what the turnover was. Edgecombe inbounds it over to Barlow. Now it's VJ Edgecombe who has the rock again. Maxey's being blitzed. He'll get it over towards the top of the key. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Maxey gets a screen set from Barlow. Maxey on the attack. Floater inside. No! And on the second try, it's Oubre, but we have another whistle called, and it's going to be on the New York Knicks. 1:33 to go. Maxey's sitting up. He's not in pain. He's just sitting up, and he's going to be helped up by his teammates. The foul was on Brunson, and it was a shooting foul. Brunson tried to set his feet, and they will not challenge it. Looked like that he was outside of the restricted area anyways. 105 to 99. Maxey at the line. Big free throws here. First one for Tyrese. Yes. 105 to 100. Sixers need some defensive stops, and obviously they need a bucket from Tyrese, who only has 5 points in this second half. He's 2 for 7 from the field. The second free throw from Maxey, in and out it goes, and Towns gets the rebound. Oh no. Hart is ready to hand it off to Jalen Brunson, and Brunson hands it back over to Josh Hart, gets it past the half-court marker, so they avoid an 8-second violation. It'll be the Sixers trapping again. Bridges gets fouled by Oubre. Yeah, pushed a little bit out of bounds. Clock stops with 1:17 to go. The Sixers, I believe, did have a foul to give. 105 to 100. Maxey missed a big free throw. Barlow also had a big turnover down the stretch here. Brunson's going to try to inbound it to somebody. Sixers doing a good job covering everyone. And now Josh Hart gets wide open. He's guarded by VJ. 8 seconds left on the shot clock. What's Hart going to do? Gets it over to Jalen Brunson. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Brunson on the attack. Brunson floater inside. That one won't go, but he's fouled. He gets fouled with 1:06 left in the fourth quarter. And we'll have some free throws coming up for JB. Look at him there. He just tried to attack. Went up with the shot. I don't really know if that was a foul, to be honest with you. Just maybe slight contact. Edgecombe got called for the shooting foul. 105-100. Brunson at the line. Foul shot number 1. Got it. 106 to 100. We will have a post-game show after this. Make sure that you guys stay on for that. It's still a 2-possession lead. $106 to 100. Brunson at the line for one more. All right. Brunson takes 2 dribbles and puts up the free throw, and that one goes on down as well. 107 to 100. Maxey ready to pick it on up, and he's going to speed up the tempo here. Tyrese Maxey down the lane, layup inside. Good. Got it off quickly. Brunson is going to hand it off over to Mikal Bridges. Sixers have got a trap. Bridges over towards the outside, towards Karl Anthony Towns. Towns is going to try to hand it off to somebody, and it goes over to Miles McBride. 8 seconds left on the shot clock. It's a 5-point lead for the Knicks. McBride has the ball in his hands. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Hart over on the left side. Puts up a 3. It's up. No good. And the rebound goes over to Oubre. A handoff to George. 33 seconds to go. George over to Edgecombe. They got to take care of the ball here. A handoff to George for a 3. It's up. He airballed it, and Oubre saves it, and he stepped out of bounds. 25 seconds left to go. Bad play there by Paul George. What are you doing? George was looking for Grimes there. He was like, I needed you to be there for the handoff, and Grimes wasn't there for it, and that's what happened. And it'll be Knicks ball. 25 seconds left to go. Sixers have got to guard the inbound pass. Maxey's hugging Mikal Bridges, and Hart's going to inbound it, and we have ourselves a timeout taken. 25 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter. Knicks call for time. That was a bad possession there from the Philadelphia 76ers. They forced him to take a bad shot, but he didn't want to pass it. Didn't want to pass it to anyone. All right. 107 to 102. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe as well. We got a post-game show after this, regardless if they win or lose, of course. Brunson's the 7th player in NBA history with 25 points per game and 5 assists per game in the first 75 career playoff games. He's just a great player. He really is. Knicks lead the series 1-0 against the 76ers. Sixers will be back home on Friday and Sunday. Spurs are also on. Spurs actually just got started. Philadelphia still has 1 timeout left. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. 107 to 102. The Knicks will have the ball. They won't get to advance it. They will get to advance it. And they'll inbound it over from the Sixers bench. It'll be Josh Hart on the inbound. They're spread out full court wise. They'll inbound it over to Mikal Bridges, and now Deuce McBride gets fouled with 22 seconds to go. And McBride and the Knicks are in the bonus. 107 to 102. It's a 5-point lead. We've seen crazy things happen at MSG. Can the Sixers pull off some magic again? McBride at the line. Foul shot number 1 for Deuce. It's good. 108 to 102. Landry Shamet will come on in for Karl Anthony Towns. I don't know why they decided to do that. Weird. Decided to go to a small guard lineup here. McBride, second free throw, and the door's still open. He missed it. Grimes hands it off over to Maxey. Maxey at the logo, takes it towards the right side, puts up a 3, and no good, and Brunson comes away with the rebound. 11 seconds to go. Brunson almost stopped in his tracks, tries to dribble this one out, 5 seconds left, and they're just going to let him dribble it out, and that's the ball game. 108 to 102. The Knicks hang on and beat the Philadelphia 76ers and take a 2-0 lead in the series against Philadelphia. The 5th consecutive playoff win. That's tied for the 2nd longest streak in their franchise history. What a game. What a closeout that was. 108 to 102 is the final score. All right. So with that, here's what's going to happen. Okay. First and foremost, if you're going to sign off, that's totally cool. We have a post-game show. I will break everything down. Okay, I will talk about this game. I'm sure that you guys are obviously frustrated. I'm sure that you guys are probably hurt after this game. But here's what I want to say before you guys do sign off. First and foremost, thank you all so much for tuning on in. Tough game to swallow for the Philadelphia 76ers. But I'm just going to say that they did everything I asked. They fought. They did everything but win. They did everything but win this game, and this one came down to the wire. They should have had a couple of possessions that have gone their way in the 4th quarter. They didn't do a good job scoring in the 4th, and they made some really bad turnovers. But I must say that this New York Knicks defense is very, very good. They're going up against a better team in the Knicks compared to the Boston Celtics. We knew that coming on into the series. And 12 points in the 4th quarter is not going to do it. It's just not going to do it. They buckled down on defense, and that was the difference of the game. That was the difference of the game. But I'm proud of the effort. I know that they didn't get the result, but come back for Game 3 and show life And that's where I stand right now. I know that people are probably going to say what they want in the chat, and that's totally fine. You can feel however you want to feel. All I know is that without their big fella, they played their hearts out. They gave it everything that they had out there on the court. And I can live with that. Much better than getting blown out. So, I am going to take a quick step off. I love you guys very, very much. I will be right back. Give me about 3 minutes. We'll take phone calls as well during our post-game show. And we'll also talk more about this and break everything down because I do have a lot of analysis. I have things that I didn't like about this game, and I have things that I really did like that I just want to make sure that I say when we go on into our post-game show. All right, so don't go anywhere. I will see you all in just a little bit. And with that, we'll take a quick step off now.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I missed putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here. with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
Showed swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Disappointing loss tonight for the Philadelphia 76ers. There's no way to sugarcoat it. The Philadelphia 76ers had a chance, and they just could not get the job done. It's disappointing. It's a little bit saddening for sure. But there's a lot of things that are on my mind that I obviously want to get to. We'll talk about the bad fourth quarter, but I'm not giving up on this team. I'm not giving up on this team. I just want to make sure that I state that from the jump. We all knew that this was going to be a tough series heading on into playing against the New York Knicks. And the Knicks did their job. They defended home court. They did. With that also being said, the 76ers had chances. They had plenty of chances to try to take the lead and get the buckets to fall. And there were some bad shots down the stretch. Some bad plays, bad decisions that you would like to have back. But I do have to tip my cap and I have to give the Knicks credit because they played a very physical brand of basketball in that fourth quarter. And they showed that they had the better roster, that they had the deeper roster, and they just outplayed the Sixers. That's just what ended up happening. I'm not mad at this team. I'm not upset at this team. I'm a little bit annoyed with some of the bad possessions and some of the bad play calls that they made at the end. But I asked them to do one thing. I asked them to give it everything that they had there on the court tonight. They gave it everything. They put their blood, sweat, and tears out there in this game tonight. And they did it without their star player. It's so hard to be able to win without one of your MVP caliber players when you don't have much depth. It is. It's really hard. I'm not trying to make excuses. The Knicks won fair and square. And the Knicks were also without Mitchell Robinson. They were. So no Mitch. Sixers had their chances. And they just could not make their shots down the stretch. They couldn't make their shots. Some really bad decisions from Tyrese Maxey, who had 6 turnovers, and he played in 47 minutes, guys. He played the whole game, except for 1 minute. That's it. When you are a sports fan, you sign a contract. And in the contract, it says that you stick with this team through the good and through the bad. And this is just part of the contract that you sign up for. And some of us have been fans for decades. Some of us have been following this team for just a couple of years, or they just got into this team this year. But no matter where you are in your fandom careers, this is just what happens. And you saw what happened when you won an emotional Game 7 out in Boston. Okay? You win a very emotional Game 7, and you come back from a 3-1 deficit, and you get to see how glorious that was. A situation like this comes, and you go up against a very physically dominant team that just has a lot of really good answers. They're going to make it tough. I was really sad after Game 3 of the playoffs because I thought that in the Boston series that they had it. I did. I thought that the Philadelphia 76ers had it, and they fumbled at the very end. In this game, while I felt like the 76ers had control, I felt like that the New York Knicks stepped it up on defense, and they forced Tyrese Maxey to make decisions. And from a schematical perspective, It just felt like to me that the New York Knicks executed way better down the stretch. And again, we'll go back to some of those bad possessions. I will walk through and I will give you the play-by-play and I will give you a breakdown of what I thought should have happened. But I want you to understand, too, that the expectation heading on into the series, the Philadelphia 76ers were underdogs. I'm not telling you that you should be happy with this loss. I'm not saying that at all. But let's be realistic. It was going to be really tough to take one of two at an MSG. It was. It was going to be really tough. It was not going to be easy. Now the job is to defend your home court. They did their job. Now you got to do yours. They fought hard. They did everything but win. That's it. My final score prediction was 118-108. And I did have the Sixers winning this game. But if there's one thing that I learned from tonight, I've seen this basketball team fight through adversity. And with what they showed me against Boston, they still have a lot left in the gas tank. They still can learn. They still can produce. And I'm not giving up on them. I'm just not. I've seen them down 3-1 before. If they were down 3-1 and they had to win 3 games in a row with the adversity that they had to deal with against Boston, they can still make this a series. I didn't have the Sixers winning this series. I didn't. I had the Knicks winning in 6. But it still wouldn't surprise me if they're able to make this a series and take this. Because all it takes is just a little bit of momentum. That's it. Let's get on into what happened at the end. Okay? Because at halftime, they were up by 1, right? They led it 62-61. In the third quarter, they exchanged a lot of buckets back and forth. This was a tennis game. This was being battle tested. And seeing if the 76ers can just keep up with this New York Knicks team. And they did a nice job, I thought, in the third quarter, staying involved in the game. In the fourth quarter, what you did in Game 7 of the fourth quarter was you got those defensive stops, and you made timely buckets down the stretch. The difference between Game 7 of the Celtics series and Game 2 of this series is that you didn't make the clutch shots. And instead, you took some bad shots. You did. So the fourth quarter starts. Okay? You get a nice bucket from Tyrese. And then Jalen Brunson makes a nice step back J2. And then OG Anunoby gets down the lane and he gets himself a dunk. 76ers take the lead on an Oubre 3, and Josh Hart responds with a 3. Just hits clutch shots against the Sixers team. I don't know why, but he just does. They had the answers. The Sixers played really good defense for a while. And then Jalen Brunson, I thought that the difference of this game was when Jalen Brunson made that step-back fadeaway jump shot. It was a turnaround jumper over Andre Drummond. Or Dominic Barlow it was. And that was just, you play good defense, but that's better offense. You make him take that shot. If he beats you there, you tip your cap. So then it becomes 103-99. This was the heartbreaker to me. The Knicks call a timeout after VJ misses a pull-up three, which I thought he had. He had the look, just could not knock it down. The shot did not go in. And Josh Hart's there for the rebound. The Knicks call a timeout. And the Sixers did everything, but they got a bad bounce on this possession here. Paul George does an excellent job blocking OG Anunoby's dunk. Towns gets the rebound, and Mikal Bridges just left wide open on the step-back three after Paul George just blocks the shot, and then, Towns just gets a little fingertip on it, and then he has the dribble. It was almost out of reach, and then he just, slides it over to Mikal Bridges, and Bridges just gets a little bit of space because everybody's diving for that loose ball, and then he just knocks down the three. He made the shot. And he was clutch. Tyrese Maxey could not hang on to the ball at the 2:39 marker. And that was a bad turnover. Tyrese Maxey has to be better there. Josh Hart definitely made it tough coming from behind, but Maxey has to hang on. And Maxey has to throw the ball over towards his right because Oubre was open at the time. You'll have to go back and you'll have to see the play for yourself. But I remember that Oubre was open down the lane, and he was ready to cut over to the basket. But Maxey didn't see him, and couldn't make the read to him, and instead took it himself, and Josh Hart blindsided him. Maxey had some bad turnovers. And then the Knicks called for a timeout. And then Deuce comes on in for OG. Brunson turned it over again. And Barlow got the steal. And then the Sixers had to call for a timeout because they were fighting for that ball on the ground, but they still had full possession. And this play here is what really bugged me. Barlow gets the pass. He's supposed to find a cutting Kelly Oubre backdoor to the basket. And he just threw it over just a bit out in front of him. And that ended up resulting in a turnover. That was a terrible read. That was an awful read. That turnover was really costly. The three-point miss by VJ was costly. And then Miles McBride misses a three, and yet you're still in this game with 1:52 to go. George gets the rebound, and then for some reason, after Maxey gets fouled and goes to the line and does an excellent job drawing the contact, it's 105-100. Maxey can't make the second foul shot. He has to make it. It's a 4-point game there. And then Oubre fouls Towns. And then Edgecombe, as Jalen Brunson's driving inside, VJ Edgecombe, the rookie, just has to be up on Jalen Brunson, and he gets a foul called because that's what Jalen Brunson does. And he definitely, has earned his superstar status, but some of the fouls, we'll get into that another day. But the point is that Brunson was clutch when he had to be. Jalen Brunson made the shots. And then Maxey, with 6 seconds going down the court, makes a layup. This guy is just so fast. He kept the pressure on them. Made it 107-102. But then you have Paul George. After the Sixers played great defense again, George takes a terrible three-point shot. He's double-teamed. And he's over on the left wing, and he takes a three. And the Knicks just play strong defense on him. And I don't know what the Sixers were thinking right there, but that was an ill-advised shot. That three, after he airballed that was it. So between VJ's missed three that he missed, he was wide open, Tyrese Maxey's bad turnover that he had, and Barlow's bad pass that he had, and then George's bad shots, that's why you lost. You lost this game because of turnovers and because of bad possessions down the stretch. But you still fought. You still were able to keep this Knicks team on their toes. Again, they were not picked to win this series. So you got to kind of be realistic, too, when you talk about this team. And I'm disappointed. I feel this. I'm sad. I'm heartbroken. But I've also learned, too, that even when they lost Game 3, they were down 2-1, and there was no quit in this Sixers team. There was no quit. And I really do believe that they can defend home court. I do. Especially with Joel Embiid back. Joel's not missing Game 3. He's not missing Game 3. And I don't think Mitchell Robinson's missing Game 3 either. But they can definitely defend home court. I still have confidence in them. I still feel like that they can make this a series. I'm not mad, though. I'm sad. I'm disappointed. And I feel for the city and I feel for the fan base. This one is a tough one to swallow. But once again, this team has taken punches to the mouth so many times. Why can't they make this a series? And my question to you, chat, is after a loss like this, do you still believe in this team? Do you still believe in this team? We beat ourselves, says O'Cluffy. I thought that the New York Knicks made it really tough for the Philadelphia 76ers at the end. And because of the pressure that they were providing, the 76ers got a little bit more frigid. This one sucks. This one is disappointing. You shot 51% from the field. Sorry, you shot 45% from the field. You shot 38% from three. It looked like that they were not going to miss in that first half. You still out-rebounded them 39-37. But you turned the ball over 5 more times. And you did everything but win. Six 610-314-0844. That's how you dial on into the postgame show. Let's see. Nick Nurse pointed out that in a 6-point loss, Tyrese Maxey's plus-minus was 0 in 46 minutes and 48 seconds. Nurse liked the Sixers' look in the fourth quarter and really liked their defense, acknowledged that fatigue may have been a factor, but didn't want to take his best guys out. "90 points in the first 3 quarters, 12 in the fourth," says Tom Kelly. "The offense just completely fell apart at the end of the game. Even without Joel Embiid, that is completely unacceptable," says Tom. Josh Reynolds, this one stings. Sixers were right there all game. This Knicks team is so deep. They can play 10 guys, and nobody has an answer for that. OG, Karl Anthony Towns, Brunson and Bridges, all capable any night. Tough to beat. They did what they were supposed to do and won both at home. Back to Philly we go. And that's sort of the mindset that I have. Shout out to Josh. with Tom Kelly's point, saying that the offense just completely fell apart at the end of this game, even without Joel Embiid, that's unacceptable. Look, I want them to win. Obviously, I want them to compete at a high level. But let's not act like that this New York Knicks team made it really tough for them down the stretch. Let's not act like that at all. This Knicks team is way better than the Boston Celtics. They just have more strength. They have more height. They have more length to them. And they can win in different ways. They just have a better roster. They do. I'm not making excuses. It might sound like that I am. But my point is that what else could they have done in this game besides just taking better care of the basketball down the stretch and made better passes? Like, the Knicks forced them into those bad reads. They're going to want to be better. They're going to go back to the film, and they're going to look over things, and they're going to try to be better. But there's a reason why that you're the underdog. There's a reason why that you were not favored in the series. That's where I stand. It sucks. It stings that they lost this game. The other reason why that they lost too is because, well, they weren't afraid the Knicks to go into the paint. A lot of their points that they got, especially in the first quarter, OG Anunoby was just flying right over to the bucket. And he was just going right on over to the rim. And he was getting easy dunks because there was no rim protector on this team. There was none. So they got their points in the paint. And they also got more fast break points. They just did. I'm feeling the same way after I felt after the Flyers lost game 2. I'm sad. I am. I'm disappointed. But part of me is also like, they fought hard. I do want to open it up to the phone lines, and I do want to hear what you guys have to say. We will obviously hear interviews. Now, after the game, there was some chirping back and forth. Mikal Bridges was waving goodbye to VJ, and I didn't even see that after the game was done. There's still a lot of basketball left to go. There is. There's still a lot of basketball left to go. I'm not quitting on this team. I still think that they have heart. I do. $20 points tonight for Karl-Anthony Towns, 10 rebounds and 7 assists. They did go to Karl-Anthony Towns more in the third quarter and got him in more pick and roll action. That did seem to work too. And then in the fourth quarter, they let Jalen Brunson take on over the show. And Brunson made some really tough shots. Think about it like this, chat. Jaylen Brown in Game 7 had plenty of chances to make shots down the stretch and could not put the 76ers away, even though he had a great game in Game 7. And then he had 3 times that he could shoot the ball, and he just couldn't put them away. Jalen Brunson did what Jaylen Brown couldn't do. And he made some really tough shots. And the Sixers just did not have the responses on the other side. That's just going to naturally happen in a basketball game. And you can critique them again on some of the careless turnovers that they had. There were also some bad fouls. that they should not have had either. The VJ Edgecombe or the Adem Bona foul after Edgecombe hit a 3 in that first half, that was a bad foul. He can't be jumping there. No reason to foul Jalen Brunson in that spot. They put up a tough fight, but they fell short as they were shorthanded. That's the story of the game. That's the story of this game. This is what Mike says over on Twitter. Oh, wait, never mind. That was a totally different thing. Crazy. Jeremy Sochan, who played 1 minute in the Knicks win, tried to talk trash to VJ Edgecombe after the buzzer. I don't like that. Think about all the adversity, though, that this team has gone through, chat. Nick Nurse lost his brother. Is away from the team yesterday. Has to go to a funeral. And then Joel Embiid, your best player, is not available. And he can't play today. And he wanted to play, but he was ruled out by the medical staff. They said he couldn't play. This team has stuff going on. And with all the adversity that they've dealt with, I don't see how people can be like angry about this game, like in totality. I'm usually the one, like when I'm fired up, like I get fired up, but I usually get fired up because of lack of energy and lack of like what's the right word? Lack of energy, and also just a lack of giving it your all. They gave it their all. If you're going to say that they didn't leave everything out there on the court tonight, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Six 610-314-0844. I went into the playoffs thinking they both should be gone, Nick Nurse and Daryl Morey, but I think the Sixers consistently with Nurse is starting to pay off, says Aiden Doherty. Unfortunately for Morey, he's not the reason that they beat Boston, so that can't be an excuse. I don't really know if I agree with that. But anyhow. All right, 610-314-0844. Calling into the show. I would really love to hear your thoughts about this game. I really would. Calling in, and we'll take some phone calls. We will. I'm sure that there's people out there that would like to call in that have stuff that they want to say. I'm really not looking at much at chat because I'm sure that a lot of people are going to say some things, and I'm not letting it get off of my vibe. I'm not letting it bring me down. Sometimes that happens when you look at chat. I'm just not doing it tonight. I'll be looking at chat sometimes, but when it comes to stuff like this, I know that there's going to be a lot of people that say stuff. I'm not here to say that the refs were the reason why that the Philadelphia 76ers lost. That's such a loser mentality. It just is. There were bad calls on both sides. We talked about it so many times. The one foul that Andre Drummond gets elbowed in the stomach for in the first quarter should have been an offensive foul. And why was a flagrant called on Kelly Oubre Jr.? That's beyond me. That was a terrible call. But also the Knicks had a couple of bad calls that they had to deal with too. It wasn't like it was just going the Sixers' way. It was going on both sides. It just was. So, I will say this for Tyrese Maxey. Maxey's going to have to step up. Maxey's going to have to be better. Tyrese Maxey's going to have to do a better job. And this, hopefully, is going to be another learning experience for him. Maxey did come up short tonight. The Sixers needed him to be bigger, and he came up short. And the Knicks guarded him so well. I don't know if you guys realize this, but a lot of the times when they were guarding Tyrese Maxey, every time that this man got the ball, he was just absolutely double-teamed. Double-teamed and triple-teamed. The one thing that I really want to see Tyrese Maxey improve upon during this offseason is passing out of the double teams. Because Joel Embiid has done a much better job at that as his career has gone on. That's a skill that Maxey is going to have to learn. And that's something that he's going to have to be better at. How do you pass out of the double teams when the defense is trapping you and saying anybody else but you? That's something that he's going to have to work on, chat. And I feel like that he's going to use that as a learning experience to help him grow his game. The other reason why I'm not so disappointed, why I'm not angry, is because VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey are getting experience. This is what it's like when you're facing really good defense. When you're facing guys that are bigger and stronger than you. Remember, VJ Edgecombe is a rookie. So he's being tested. Tyrese Maxey is being tested. This is how you get more experience. This is just what happens. And they have to go through this adversity, and they have to learn how to win. It's just the nature of the beast. Tyrese Maxey now is 25 years old. VJ Edgecombe is 20 years old. They have to go through these things. They're in a different timeline compared to Joel Embiid and Paul George. They have to go through these things. And let's not act like Tyrese Maxey, is in the same role that he was 3 years ago. No. Tyrese Maxey was in a completely different system 3 years ago. He was a third option with James Harden out there. He was on the bench when Ben Simmons was here. So he's getting more and more attention. He was a number 2 star with Joel Embiid out there against the Knicks. Yes. But now he's in the number 1 situation. He's a number 1 option in this game. So he has to learn. And I think he will. I really believe that this is only going to make them stronger. Let them soak this in. I hope that this hurts them. I hope that this, I don't want to say hurts them. I hope that this gives them a little bit of anger, gives them a little bit of pain, because they played a tough game against this New York Knicks team. I will say it one more time. They did everything but win the game. I still think that this can go to 6. I still think that this could go to 7. I'm not giving up on this team. I refuse to give up on this team. Game 3, though, is a must-win game. It is a must-win game. And we'll see what they're made of. But they are just going to have to play stronger. The Knicks were tested, and the Knicks won the test tonight. Calling in once again, 610-314-0844. That's how you dial on it. Okay? We'll read some more quotes, and we'll read some more messages in the meantime. RB says the lack of depth is really catching up to the Sixers with the starters being forced into heavy minutes. And that I also think is a problem too. I do. And that, again, goes back on Daryl Morey. It goes back on Daryl Morey there. All right, 267, thanks so much for calling on in.
JJ, good evening, sir. I wasn't going to call, but I heard you make a comment that they did everything except win the game, and I totally disagree with that.
You do? Why?
But let me say this before I even
go
answer my own comment. I want to give props to Nick Nurse, not for his coaching ability tonight, but for the fact that he coached at all with his brother passing away. I want to give him props for that because maybe he shouldn't have coached tonight. Maybe he should have let somebody else coach tonight. Because when both their centers Anthony Towns was just flipping and flopping like a fish out of water, and the ref was giving him the call every single time. Andre Drummond got 4 straight fouls in a row. Then he went to the bench. Then Bona came in and he got. But now at the end of that game, when New York went on a 9-0 run, that's when the 76ers did not answer the call of the bell, and there wasn't even a timeout call when Brown for New York called 3 timeouts, and they had the lead. You can't let a young team. You may.
Oh, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. You made some excellent comments about how DJ Edgecombe is a rookie, and Tyrone Mack and Tyrese Maxey. You know, he had some bad turnovers down the stretch. But this is where your coach comes in to call a timeout and say, "Hey guys, you got to stop turning the ball over. This is crunch time. And if you're going to turn the ball over, we don't have a chance to win the game." They was only down by 2. And they didn't call a timeout, JJ. That didn't help them. And let me tell you what could have made them win the game. Watch this.
I'm listening.
This is deep, but this is true. The guy, Janae Broome, number 22, that's on their team, 6'11". He could have brought that guy in the game if for no other reason but to draw fouls on Anthony Towns and stop letting Andre Drummond and Bona get in foul trouble where they were rendered helpless down the stretch and didn't have a big man in the pivot. And the big man that you had in the pivot, you won't even use him. Even if he's just drawing fouls, even if he's just collecting fouls. You know, nothing beat a blank but a try. He didn't try anything, JJ. I don't know if it's his mindset from his brother passing away, or I don't know what it was. Like I said, maybe he shouldn't have coached tonight.
Well, he did try Barlow at the center, and that was working. That was working.
Yeah. That was working a little bit, but you got to remember, Barlow's 6'8", but he's skinny, man. There's a guy that they have, JJ, on the bench that's got bulk, and he could have took care of what's his name when he started getting fired up for New York and taking the game over.
Janai Broome. You think that a Janai Broome would have made a difference?
I think Janai Broome could have drew some fouls. Or he had 5 fouls to use it. Okay, what would have been better? For Andre Drummond and Bona to get in foul trouble or let the fouls go on a guy so they'd be available at the end of the game. Which one would be better?
I think that honestly, like, what they should have done at the end of the game, if we're gonna make substitutions, I would have tried to maybe put Jabari Walker in for maybe just a few minutes, just to try this. I know that Jabari Walker's smaller, But I've seen Janai Broom play, and defensively, he just gets cooked out there. I've seen it so many times. He's like Mo Bamba. You remember like watching Mo Bamba, how the guy just like couldn't play defense for a lick? He was just so bad. I've seen that plenty of times with Janai Broom. I would have maybe tried to go a little bit smaller with a guy like Jabari Walker, who's pesty, and a guy that fights. But yet again, I don't know. I think that ultimately what ended up happening, what ended up happening was like what happened at the very, very end was there were some bad turnovers. I did not like the 3-point shot that Paul George took. I thought that he should have been more passive. That was a terrible shot. What the heck was that? I understand that Barlow was trying to find Oubre on a backdoor cut, but that was a terrible pass. It was a bad read. He should have hung on to the ball there, and he should have made the layup. Yep.
Barlow shouldn't have had the ball. Barlow should have been handling the ball like that. He's not good with it. He plays defense. He's not an offensive player.
No.
So he shouldn't have had the ball.
I totally agree with you there. I absolutely agree with you there. Yeah. But you know, like they definitely didn't take care of the basketball at the end, and they should be feeling sad. They really should be feeling sad. But I still thought that they played hard, though.
They played hard. But what about when New York went on a 9-0 run and the Sixers didn't call one timeout?
Well, they only had 2 left, and the problem.
9-0 run. Well, you ain't gonna save them. they probably still got them now, and the game's over.
Now they've used them all, but that's the only part that I disagree with you. But you know, like ultimately, at the end of the day, I feel like that the Knicks did their job. They defended home court. Now the 76ers have to defend home court. They really do. They have to defend home court here.
Well, tonight I think New York took advantage of opportunity.
They did.
They took real good advantage of opportunity.
They did. I agree with you there. So.
And Mike Brown outcoached Nick Nurse.
He did. I will give you that too. I will give you that too.
He called 4 timeouts down the stretch, and they had the lead.
They did.
Because he wanted to make sure that New York didn't do no stupid stuff and lose that lead. They only won by 6 points. But every opportunity to score is an opportunity for points. And when the Sixers kept turning the ball over, he should have called a timeout, man. And you get them guys, get in them guys' heads, man. And if somebody that's turned the ball over like Barlow shouldn't have had the ball. Barlow ain't good offensively handling the ball. He shouldn't have had the ball like that. He was playing good defense.
Let me read this to you. Okay. So Tyrese Maxey played 47 minutes tonight. 47 minutes. VJ Edgecombe played 40 minutes. Paul George, 43 minutes. Oubre, 40.
Wow.
What depth does this team have?
They got depth, but he won't use it, JJ. That guy, Trendon Watford, is a baller, man. He's a baller, and he got bought like that. The boy from New York that started. I mean, what's his name? Brunson cooled off, and then that boy from New York started cooking the Sixers.
Who was it? Karl Anthony Towns.
Trendon Watford in the game. What's his name?
Karl Anthony Towns.
No.
Oh, Bridges.
He's a power forward.
Bridges.
No, he's a power forward.
Oh, OG. OG Anunoby.
Yes.
OG Anunoby. Yes. Yeah.
And the only guy that the Sixers got on their squad that's built like OG, he's fast, he can handle OG, is Trendon Watford. Nick Nurse wouldn't even put him in the game.
No, well, I don't.
You got to try stuff, JJ. You got to try stuff, especially when you're right there and you're trying to snatch that game. That reminded me of the Flyers game, how they took it into overtime.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get that goal to win the game, but they were trying.
Yep. I hear you loud and clear.
You know, they didn't take advantage of the opportunities, man, and they And when you got guys as old as Paul George, I mean, maybe Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edson can get away with that, but when you get a guy like Paul George age playing 40 minutes, man, he gonna jack up some crazy 3-point shots because he died.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Well, 267, I appreciate you for calling on in, man. I love hearing from you.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Sixers all the way, man.
Sixers, let's go Sixers, man. I'm with them, man, but
this was tough.
It's looking kind of dim, man. I hope Embiid can play this next game. I really do.
Me too. All right, I love you, buddy. Night. Take it easy.
All right, love you too, boss.
All right, bye-bye. Oh, man. I mean, look, at the end of the day, they did have some bad turnovers there. Do I think that they should have put in Janai Broom? I've seen Janai Broom plenty of times. The guy can't even play defense. I was actually, to be honest with you, I was so shocked by how impactful Adem Bona was in this game. And Andre Drummond early on. I mean, the backup center and the backup center actually played a lot better than I thought. I really thought that way. I thought that they were going to get into foul trouble every time. Bona had 4 fouls in like 5 minutes in the last game. And I'm like, I see why he can't play. And I thought, man, he had a couple of blocks in this game. Gave the Sixers a little bit of juice. It was insane. But they ended up losing. Do I think that Trendon Watford would have made a difference? I mean, like, I just don't think that Watford just plays good defense, especially against a guy like OG Anunoby to keep him down. I haven't seen it, but again, that's just my 2 eyes. But they would have been sniffing the court to play more minutes during the season, you know. But they just didn't, and there must have been a reason for that. I just don't think that they have enough depth. I really don't. I don't think that they have enough depth at all. And that's on Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey did not make the Philadelphia 76ers better at the deadline. But we can agree to disagree. But that's how I feel. That's how I feel. All right, any more quotes? Tough spot for the Sixers as the series heads back to Philly, says NBA on ESPN. I'm just gonna say this, okay? I'm gonna wrap it up with this, okay? My takeaway from tonight is I'm proud of the fight. I'm sad that they didn't win this game. But I've seen this team knocked down, and I've seen what they can do. And I still just, in my heart, I think that they can still make this a series. They were without Joel tonight. I think that they'll be better in Game 3, and I still feel like that they have a shot. I'm not telling you that they're the better team compared to the Knicks. They exceeded expectations against Boston. Maybe they can do it again. They don't make it easy for us. They don't. This team does not make it easy for us at all whatsoever. But I'm going to be optimistic here. And I'm going to say I still think that this is not over. I don't think it's over. Tyrese Maxey said, according to Sixers Adam, that he lost confidence. He lost confidence dribbling around Knicks double teams tonight after jamming his injured finger. Was not pleased with the 6 turnovers, but credited New York for taking away some passes he likes to make when teams put 2 defenders on him. Paul Hudrick, Sixers fought, they ran out of gas. Needed a superstar game from Tyrese, didn't get it. Down the stretch, the Knicks dared anyone else to beat them, and the Sixers couldn't. Plenty of positives, but the turnovers and the poor offense down the stretch did them in. And I don't think that I could say that any better. And with that, that's going to wrap it up for me. All right. Tough one to swallow, but they're not done. They are not done. Okay? Keep the faith. We got a game Friday. We got a job to do. We have to defend home court. And we got to show up. I want to make sure that there are no Knicks fans in that building at the X. So please, if you want to go to the game, and if you're like, should I go? If you obviously are able to afford it, go. Go to the game and show out and take over that building. Take over that building. Because I don't want to see Knicks fans coming across I-95, taking over that building like they did 2 or 3 years ago. 2 years ago. All right. Love you all, Lila Tove. Have yourself a great rest of your night. And I will catch you all on the next one. Peace out.